Good afternoon everybody, welcome back. We're off to the island of Lesbos today, out of Gatwick with the old school Thomas Cook Airlines. A little blast from the past, an airline that now has been defunct since, I think it was about 2019, wasn't it? It was the onset of COVID roughly that kind of cut it off, if I remember correctly. Very sad, nevertheless, an absolute classic for UK aviation, much like airlines like TUI, which are continuing to this day naturally as well. I forgot the amount of gumph that goes on Unicom around Gatwick is insane. So it's going to be a good flight today. We've got the freeware, Mytilene airport scenery by Jason GR. Kalispera if you are from around the beautiful Greek islands, certainly Lesbos as well, flying there for the first time. And we've got a good selection of pilots with us today. This is the South Terminal, we're on stand 17. We've got another fellow Thomas Cook pilot. We've got a couple of Osprey pilots, British Airways, and a Jet2.com holidays service headed that way. This is a real world route that they operated many moons ago in the Airbus A321. It's got a short runway as well, look at that. And yeah, the new update that came yesterday for the Fenix A321. A couple of issues already with it though. One of the tweaks and the fixes was apparently the doors to issue on the Fenix A321 being treated as a door for boarding. Apparently they fixed that. It hasn't been fixed. I've spent 30 minutes trying to sort it out, but really cool livery here that's included. It's on flightsim.co for a bit more detail, but it's also in the Fenix livery manager. And obviously it's a bit warm at the moment today, so I've got the door open just to get a bit of ventilation through, you know. Nobody likes to be a bit sweaty on the aeroplane, so had to obviously spend a bit of time getting the positioning for the thumbnail, although nobody commented on the thumbnail except for a couple of channel members, so Badger, welcome, good to see you. Zato, commentator as well, Ian, good afternoon, mate. Canadian Flight Simmer, good morning. David, good afternoon. Chris Packett, hope you're well. Loving the positioning on the door, he says there. Living on a player, welcome. And yeah, we're boarding. We can probably close that door. Mike, good afternoon, matey. Hope you're all good. How's the new computer coming along? That's if Ian's managed to get it sorted. He's got a new RTX 4080, very exciting stuff. So we've got most of our pre-flight done. We're just doing boarding at the moment, but the A321 doesn't have the GSX seated passenger thingy-me-bob, so waiting for that to be an update. And WinWing still haven't got compatibility with the software update for the Fenix A319 or 21 yet, so I can't use my WinWing FCU unless I install MobiFlight, but that's a bit too complicated for little old me. Right. So we've got Gatwick to Mytilene, the island of Lesbos, 3 hour 10 minute flight time for today. That's the performance calculations from the Fenix, but we'll go through that shortly because I'll go through the pre-flight first. Afternoon, Gav. Ashley, welcome. So there's the charts. I've dug something out especially for you folks as well. Hopefully it works. Similar to what we did the other day at Heathrow. So we're on stand 17 on the Pier 2 South Terminal. We're going to push start on Kilo, work our way out to Papa, down Juliet, and then we're going to line up Juliet for the full length departure 08 right today onto the Old Vic 2 Zulu departure. So initially flying runway heading for 5 miles to Gatwick East 04. Up to about 6,000, climbing up through this departure, maximum of 250 knots throughout, working east towards Oddvik, and then from there, initial altitude of 6,000, we'll then continue to climb up through Dover, over the English Channel, headed over towards the Greek islands. That's boarding complete by the looks of it. Cruise altitude for today is flight level 350, cost index of 21 for those of you flying along, just to help sequence your speeds to keep our separation. And if I go to the perf page, it won't tell us yet, of course it won't, but we've done all of that sorted anyway. So we've got Gatwick 08 right, the Old Vic 2 Zulu departure, and our initial routing all done via Coxie over Belgian airspace, working across Europe. We need to go to the init B page, so we'll go mass and balance, send to MCDU. Just going to double check the data here for the fuel. 4494 doesn't seem like a... No, that's not correct. Not correct at all. Oh, that's cargo. 13002, yes, of course it is. Right, I'm just going to do instant boarding, just to make sure that data's pulled in properly. Then we'll send that data to the MCDU. I was looking at cargo, whoops. It's going to be one of those days today. And then we can look at the final load sheets and redo our performance calculations here. So again, I'm going to compare. Hopefully you can see that. It's bloody dark, isn't it, with this screen? But I'll send that to MCDU and it'll be a bit more clear. That's good. Perf page. Right, so that's what it's given us, right? But the SimBrief performance calculation gives us an entirely different departure. I'm going to pop 1696. To be fair, it's 1700's fine anyway. But I'll leave it precise. So the difference then with SimBrief is this. Takeoff flex, takeoff weights, that's all set. So the data matches. Packs on. It says an assumed temperature of 45, and the V speeds are entirely different. 144 for V1. Look at that for a difference, crikey. Rotate at 150. And that's a whole 10 knot difference. V2 153. That's significantly different. It's also saying flaps 1 for what it's worth. What is our centre of gravity? .343. Yeah, so that's about right for that. For the performance page up. No. 24.3, 1.4. Yeah, it's about right. So we can look at the centre of gravity there to work out if it's accurate, and you can use that all those decals on the side of the trim wheel there to see if it's what you're expecting. It is. So that's good. Let's get the APU on and the seatbelt signs. Make sure we've got New Sky recording there as well. What would the FB give you if I selected flaps 1 instead of optimum? Good question. Let's have a look. 159 for V1. Rotate 161. Jeez. And V2 164. 11 knots difference. It's not. That's one of my biggest frustrations with this jet. The performance calculations just seem so off. In fact, let me just... what we got? Hopefully you can just about see that on the screen, folks. If I just paddle that about, 2 seconds.
Gatwick traffic, yeah, Scanner 805, final outlet.
And then I'm going to plot this out.
Clear to land.
That guy's very excited on VATSIM. Look at that for a difference. V1159 on the EFB, V1 on SimBrief 144, Rotate on SimBrief 150, but on the tablet 161, and V2 on the SimBrief 153, V2 164 on the tablet. Which is why I do not use the Fenix performance calculations. The flex, tiny difference, not too fussed about that, but the rest of it just is well off, no matter what people say. They still work, yes, but it's just a bit over the top, isn't it? Actually, we don't need high speed we don't need V speeds that high. Right, so that's good. That's good. We've done the wind data. All the departure stuff's done. Alrighty, we are ready. So that's good. Up to the box. AP bleed. External power. No white lights. Beacon on. What have we got? There we go. All the doors closed. I love Cook's Club now. It says something totally different. Right, how are we getting on? I think that was the Ujimi job, probably. What's it? The Metal Command. Sledge, welcome, matey. How are you? It's been a little while.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
1023, good. So we've got QNH sets, FCU set 6000 for the initial climb. What do we got for those received messages? Let's have a wee look. I'll just confirm that top one because that's the latest. And then we'll go to flight plan page for MCDU2. Left, right, behind. Where's the tug? Oh, there it is.
Short final, Gatwick traffic, scan 805.
Okay, there he is. He's coming. Good. I was just thinking, I was like, is he actually going to connect? Hopefully he does. It's a shame these liveries aren't in the sky anymore, because the Condor liveries are, of course, now the T-Towel thing. But there was, certainly for those of us in the UK, there was something quite nice looking at seeing the Thomas Cook livery next to the TUI livery, and it was just classic, wasn't it? For me, that was growing up. Air 2000, Thomas Cook Airlines, TUI, Thompson.
Gatwick traffic, scan 805, clear to land, runway 08.
Oh,
right.
jeez, that guy only has to say it once. Right, let's pause the music. Base west.
Release parking brakes.
Gatwick traffic, Thomas Cook 1 Echo, Victor, stand 17 QNH 1023, push start on Kilo facing east, correction west, Gatwick.
Release parking brakes. Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Engine 2, start.
So traffic to Redline at Golf landing expecting from 09 right from Park 6 Julia departure.
We've got the CFMs today, slightly different engine option. Sledge says, loving the A319 and 21. Yeah, they're very, very good, aren't they? Super cool. Little tweaks here and there that I'd like to see done. You know, the performance calculations are just very wild, I think, in my opinion, and that of a few other people as well, but we've been shot down a few times for suggesting they're incorrect. The hardcore VATSIM-esque Fenix Club coming out to hit us. And I don't want my car set on fire. Right, engine 1's available. Well, sorry, engine 2 is available. Engine 1 run. And while we start her up, I'm just going to prep for the little surprise for today.
Sir, 610 Mike, 50 miles per 10 miles per hour of the 09 left established on island.
Set parking brakes.
Parking brake set. Let's pop the door closed. We don't need that done. We can also get rid of the cabin thing because we don't have any custom announcements for today. We've got some lovely custom views though. Okay, what have we got? Watching the M1. Available. Right, so trim. Up 1.4. Quite high. There it is, 1.4 up. I'll trust the data in this sense because I don't have any other way to cross-reference anything like that. We're going to go fully left, fully back. Basically just doing all the elevators, ailerons, controls, all of that sort of stuff that we do at the start of every flight. And I've got the flaps travelling as well. So, center of gravity, the trim is set, ground spoilers, armed, ignition mode, norm, rudder trim reset 0, flaps 1 plus F for the departure transponder set, that's good. Auto brake max, FCU sets, APU off, taxi lights on for the taxi. Got another company message, but hey ho, probably the fact we've delayed ever so slightly. Parking brakes off.
7 miles.
Centurio,
5 miles,
morning matey.
09 left.
Okay, here's the surprise. Gatwick traffic, Thomas Cook, 1 Echo Victor's taxiing to Hold Point Juliet 08 right via Kilo Papa Juliet Gatwick.
Hello there, we're delighted to welcome you aboard this Thomas Cook Airlines flight. We'd like to take this opportunity to demonstrate important safety features of this aircraft. Please give us your full attention for just a few moments, even if you fly often. Check that all your hand luggage is securely placed under the seat in front of you or in the overhead locker with the heaviest items at the back. Emergency exit seat
can't get it
rails
anywhere
must be kept
neater.
clear at all times. Be careful when opening overhead lockers as contents
go.
may fall out. To fasten your seatbelt, push the 2 sections of the belt together and pull the belt tight. To open the belt, just lift the flap. As turbulence can occur unexpectedly, seatbelts should be fastened whenever you are seated and kept visible. If seatbelt signs are illuminated, please return to your seat and fasten your seatbelt. On Thomas Cook Airlines, permitted electronic devices may be used in flight mode. This is a no-smoking flight, which also prohibits the use of e-cigarettes. Smoking is not permitted anywhere on the aircraft, including the toilets. This aircraft has 8 emergency exits.
Morning, David.
4 on
How are you,
each
mate?
side of the aircraft. They are located
Haven't been to
front,
Gatwick for a
mid,
while.
and rear of the cabin and are marked with the word exit. Take a moment to locate the exit closest to you and be aware that your nearest exit may be behind you.
Don't forget to give us a like throughout the journey today. Yeah, it's about 4 hours the flight today. Total block
Open the
time.
exit doors, move the handle in the direction of the arrow. Opening the exits in an emergency will automatically inflate the evacuation slides. If necessary, some slides can be disconnected from the aircraft and used as rafts. Should an evacuation be required, leave all hand luggage behind and remove high-heeled shoes. The cabin is pressurized during the flight. In the unlikely event of a loss of cabin pressure, oxygen masks will drop automatically from the panel above you. Pull down firmly on the mask to start the flow of oxygen and place it over your nose and mouth. Adjust by pulling on
No
the
worries,
mask
David. You can always join us from like Brussels or something, though, if you wish. You can do a Brussels to Mytilene. The link for the freeway is in the description for today for Mytilene.
Oxygen masks are no
To
longer
his right
required.
at Juliet.
Your life vest is located under your seat.
Niklas, welcome.
Gatwick to
If instructed, remove the life vest from the
Watching the
pouch
Griffin.
and place it over your head. Pass the strap around your waist and fasten the buckle. To tighten, pull on the
You
strap.
should be turning
Do
right.
not inflate your life vest inside the aircraft. When leaving the aircraft, inflate the vest by pulling sharply downwards on the red toggle. If necessary, the vest can be inflated or topped up by blowing into the mouthpiece. To attract attention, a whistle is provided along
Ian.
with a light which automatically
I think I'll
illuminates
consider
when
it for next
contact with water.
time.
If directed by the crew to adopt the brace position,
Hopefully you can
make
hear it
sure
okay.
Your seatbelt is securely fastened low on your hips. Ensure your knees are bent and feet are firmly on the floor, slightly apart. Depending on where you are sitting,
Fenix have
you
knocked
should
it out of the
either
bag with
lean
this.
forward, placing your hands
Ruddy
against
brilliant.
the seat back in front of you and rest your forehead on your hands, or place your head on your knees and grasp the back of your thighs. You'll find additional information on the safety card located in your seat pocket, which we recommend you study prior to takeoff. We are almost ready to depart. Please ensure that your seatbelt is tightly fastened, your seat is in the upright position, the armrests are down, your tray table is folded away, and your window blind is open. Thank you for your attention. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy this flight with Thomas Cook Airlines.
That one departed. I think it just has, hasn't it? It's gone rocketing past. Yes. There goes a TCX.
The cabin is now secure for takeoff.
Sorry, 67 miles from the 09 left. Thank you.
Lovely job. Yeah, taxiing out in Juliet. There's the windsock 4 today. just going to work to reposition the camera a little bit as well. Just to get the bridge in the background. Oh no, that was not intentional either, actually. Very good timing. I'm going to turn my APU on, Zato, so you have to breathe in a whole load of my exhaust. Mytilene Dark Edits is a really good freeware scenery, by the way, folks, and we'll go into it during the cruise, and certainly nearer to the arrival today. But it's a bit like Skiathos. It's actually really quite tricky, and it's an island that people might not have otherwise have heard of, or flown to, or even considered before, which is why I've picked it for today myself. It's one of those routes that I thought would be really nice to do, and it was operated years ago with Thomas Cook Airlines on their Airbus A321, alongside other airlines as well, like TUI, well at the time Thompson, on the 757 and that sort of thing. So, you know, if you want to recreate these old school journeys in liveries like this, then you can do so.
Runway 08 right, 5 Kilo Papa and Juliet.
Just going to boot the speed up a little bit here, because we're doing 9 knots. Evening, Gav. How are you, mates? Hope you're well. Ian, he does, doesn't he? The only thing he would need on top of the Audi badge is to like incessantly be flashing his lights as well. Yeah, Gav, very good, thank you. Bit anxious for tomorrow. Obviously, we're going to go and see some German Shepherd puppies tomorrow for Loki's predecessor. I'm not quite sure what to expect. I'm hoping everything goes well. So this is a bloody good distraction for it, to be fair. Let's see if we... Oh, we can actually see you flashing your lights as well, Zato. Look at that. Bloody Audi drivers. You can actually see that in the model matching. And then I'll do something really nervous and I'll start to swerve around everywhere because the Audi's making me nervous. Hello, Carlito. Yeah, Mytilene, short runway. It's going to be pretty fun. And you guys definitely don't want to miss the approach to it as either. It's going to be stunning. I could do, couldn't I, Ian, actually? Craig! Hello, buenos dias. For those of you in Osprey Airways as well, if you really want to, reach out to FSLTL and plead with them to create a full model matching set for Osprey Airways. They've done it with other virtual airlines, but unfortunately what we've got with Osprey Airways in FSLTL, though some are included, is very basic. It's it's A320, 737, ATR 72. I think they're pretty much the three, and some CRJs maybe from memory. So I really am looking for somebody with FSLTL to help create a full model matching suite for our virtual airline Osprey Airways, because it will make it more inclusive for everybody. You know, that way you won't need to feel the pressure of, if you want to see a 777, you've got to buy the PMDG 777 and force that in using model matching and things like that. If I can make it more inclusive by having it all included in FSLTL, amazing. And I'm willing to pay someone to do it, although I won't be able to just throw the cash at them straight away. I don't quite have it. But I'm desperately hoping they can do it. Cool pilot, yes, I've done Paro. It's very cool, isn't it? Nice and tricky. That's good, that's all set. I'm going to plop that on automatic for now. And I'm going to go on to mode Charlie. TCX TARA, so just getting ready to go roll straight onto the runway here. Save a bit of time. I can't remember the last time we went to Gatwick in the sim. a very long time ago, I think. Gav, hello, says, can I ask, I'm currently exploring PC builds, and I've also wondered how hard is it to get into VATSIM. It's not too difficult to get into VATSIM. One of the biggest hurdles for people, including myself, was, or is, the fear of transmitting on the radio, but honestly, you don't really need to worry, you don't need to worry too much about it. But keep it simple. Definitely have a look at my tutorial series to see on there what tips and tricks you might be able to gain from it and all that sort of thing. But take your time. If you can know how to fly the aeroplane first, that's half the battle, and then the rest of it is going to be understanding radio telephony. So some of the stuff that we say during our live streams that we use on the radio, whether we're on Unicom like we are at the moment or on full ATC, all that sort of stuff. Ah, he's backed off for a little cheeky brake test. Nicholas is going to do a 14-hour flight today, crikey. Radio, all cool, order crew. I hate these click spots with a vengeance. I mighty hate them. They're just so finicky. Order break max, take up MO's no blue. Takeoff's briefed. Gatwick traffic, Thomas Cook, Wanaka Victors via Juliet 1, lining up 08 right, and taking off Oddvic 2 Zulu departure, Gatwick. That says 08 left there. A faulty board.
River traffic, Shelby, Papa, climbing 2,200 feet on Altivo 1 Juliet departure.
So we'll keep it efficient. I'll get the stick forwards to kind of push weight onto the nose wheel as we accelerate, working to line up here on this displaced threshold as best as we can. We're doing 12 knots, so I'm not going to brake. Now, just as we start to roll the nose wheel straight, I'm going to set about 40% N1. Engines are good. 2 clicks, flex, SRS, runway, power set, speeds alive. This is a slightly more efficient way of taking off, folks. 80 knots, releasing the nose wheel pressure. A little bit of crosswind, just balancing that with rudder to maintain that centerline. V1 rotate, V2. Just gently back with this, otherwise you'll tail strike the jet at 9 degrees. And as we get airborne, we set pitch, positive rate, gear up. Away we go. Bye bye, Gatwick. That noise, the CFM's is great. Look at that. Autopilot 1 engaged, thrust lever climb. Yeah, about 2 minutes separation. Neil, hello mate, how are you? 2 minutes separation, nearly 3 minutes separation is probably best. Let's pop those nose and runway turn off lights off. Nose comes forward, bringing the speed down. 35. Flap retraction is a go. Let's bring them to 0. Ground spoilers disarmed. That's already on and set anyway because we did that. We'll work through to 6,000, which is our transition altitude, to go to standard pressure. Work through to 10 to get rid of the landing lights and the signs. So there's the green dots. Maximum speed of 250 in this first phase. Gatwick traffic, Thomas Cook, Wanaka Victor, final call, outbound on the Oddvic 2 Zulu, 4,000 feet. Matt, that sounds like a controller issue, like it's something like a controller input that's clashing with it, and all that sort of thing. What's the flight on Sunday, Milo says? I haven't decided yet, actually, to be fair. I'm not sure. Yeah, not sure. Let's go to open climb now. Lovely job. Right, what about 4? Yes. London Heathrow all the way up there, look. See that big blob of cement.
Gatwick traffic, China 395 departing 085 for the Aussie 2 Zulu departure.
Yeah, a little bit turbulent today. Although, actually, I just realised we've gone into this view, but we're going to have to go back and do standard pressure now. Oops. Oh, the click spots. You never get used to them in this. And through 7, almost, I'm just going to turn the landing lights off, because we don't need them on. We just turn them off so we can just enjoy a wing view for a little bit. Aviator Does, welcome. Thanks for subscribing to the channel. Yeah, not sure what to do on Sunday. Tomorrow's going to be a busy day anyway. A lot of driving for me to do, so haven't quite decided what we're going to do. As always, if you're a channel member though, then do let us know what you think might be a good suggestion for a route in the Discord members area, the club lounge, and then we can all help decide what to fly. Today was all me. I'll take all the credit for it. Are you back into flight sim, Bacon Sani, Neil, or are you still doing not Doom? What was it? I can't remember the name of it now. Scud or something like that. Can't remember the name of the game now, but I remember you playing like some sort of different game. Fair enough. Ah, there we go, Scum. I was close. Porto to Madeira would be fine, Mido says. We did that a little while ago, and we got heavily penalised by the Lisbon VATSIM thing, the VAC, if that makes sense. We ended up with 20-minute delays per departure, and it almost felt like they were doing it on purpose. So we haven't flown back to Portugal since. Which might be silly, but it's just one of those things, isn't it? Yesterday was great. Clipper, good morning. Fair enough. Keep at it, Bacon. Part of me wants to fly the Monarch Airlines livery, but then we haven't flown the 727 in a little bit. We also haven't flown the 777 for a few days, and I do miss that wonderful machine. Oh, it's that last one there. We don't need it. Right, so my climb, for those of you behind me, there is managed Mach 78 and 305 for the climb, and our cruise today, Mach 78 or 324 knots. Cost index of 21, so hopefully that'll sort out the sequencing. 76 miles to Coxey. Yeah, Para could be good. We could do in the, well, maybe the A319 or something perhaps. Lewis, hello. Did Gatwick to Las Vegas the other week in a British Airways 777, and it took him an hour to leave. Is that in real life? Or in the simulator? Oh, have I unstrapped the... Well, let's get the punters out. You know what Thomas Cook clients were like? They'll be getting tanked up, worrying about the duty free, looking to get the fags and booze from the in-flight shop. I'll have 100 Benson edges, please. Have a good bacon. Hopefully, not all too bad. Maybe a couple of speed bumps in the road of life. Vanji says, I think last stream at Gatwick was arriving from Alicante. It's been quite a few months since. It's nice to be back. Wow, that. Yeah, I'm gonna have a look to see when our last flight was. I think you're right there. I mean, that was like months and months ago, wasn't it? I think. Athens, Heathrow, San Fran, Amsterdam, Manchester, Heathrow, East Mids, Manchester, ECS stuff, ECS, Heathrow, Luton, Liverpool, Tampa, LaGuardia, San Jose to Mexico, Brussels to Oslo, Nuremberg, Lelstadt, Bogota to Tocuman, Jeju to Yosu, Krakow to Luton. Crikey. Well, at the moment I'm in now. I'm in February now. Jesus, that far ago. A300 Monarch Airways ops, retro ops, Alicante to Gatwick on the 28th of February. That was when we last went to Gatwick in the sim. Shoffing heck, that's a mighty old gap there, isn't it? We need to do Gatwick more. I do like flying out of there. Not realised it had been so long, to be fair. Whoops. Easily done. There's a lot of new scenery out there, isn't there? Have you seen the news about the Boeing 777X? They've found the fourth test aircraft has now got the same structural defects and cracks in the thrust link assembly or whatever it was. So that's now grounded as well. Not good. Lewis is definitely not in real life, it was the sim. Delay was because so many flights. Could definitely tell it's an airport people use for their first flights on VATSIM, and that's one of the things that I'm really trying to change. Mind you, I've tried for a long time, to be fair, to get that changed, but people still connect to Gatwick, they still connect to Heathrow, bite off far too much than they can chew. And yeah, before we started actually, the stream, someone else was flying on 26 left, commentator. Probably about 12:30, it's about an hour ago now. But in fairness to them, it was pointed out to them because there was another 2 aeroplanes on final 08 right, and he went, okay, sorry, I didn't realise I'm going around. But some people just really don't understand it, like the chap flying from Palma to Gatwick at the moment in Griffin 2673. Clueless. / doesn't care. Zane, hello. Gosh, Boeing are really on a roll, he says. Yeah, a bit of a train wreck of a company now, isn't it? And this is the thing, because there was an article I was reading the other day saying why, they were trying to justify reasons why American Airlines weren't purchasing the Airbus A350 Because for British Airways, for example, and other operators, this side of the pond, it's hugely popular. Delta, of course, starting to purchase more Airbus aircraft as well. But the sheer amount of lobbying that probably goes on in America about, no, you must buy some Boeing aeroplanes, this is America, and all that, probably is the decisive factor, when actually they're making pretty inferior aircraft by quite a long shot at the moment, and some downright dangerous aeroplanes by the sounds of it. Doc, yeah, I've got 8 months to decide when to fly Malmo to Basel. I think that was today, wasn't it, the draw for Eurovision Song Contest for next year? Basel being announced as the next host city. But the worst thing Boeing ever did, B101, is during the merger with McDonnell Douglas, when they purchased McDonnell Douglas, instead of the Boeing CEO remaining the CEO, they made the McDonnell Douglas CEO the CEO of Boeing. And the two companies were quite different. Boeing was all about engineering expertise, safety's number one. The McDonnell Douglas way of kind of doing things was increase the profit margin as much as you can. And that kind of has changed over years. It's eroded the ethos at Boeing of safety being primary. But you know, imagine if American Airlines turned around and said, you know what, we're not ordering any more 737s. We're going to order a load of A321s. And oh, you know, our 777s, we're going to replace them with A350-1000s. You can imagine the uproar in the States about the fact they're flying European aeroplanes with the American Airlines brand and all that kind of thing. And granted, they've got a few A330s and things in the fleet as it is, but not many. The thing that's probably quite tough for them is that, you know, big airlines like British Airways, American Airlines, Delta, United, they need diversity in the fleet, because if, like the 737 MAX for example, if that gets grounded again, Ryanair is tanked, because they don't operate anything else, albeit they've dressed it up as the 737-8300 or whatever they call it now. It's just the MAX 8. But if that gets grounded again for whatever reason, then the whole of Ryanair becomes grounded, because they have no diversity in the fleet. Whereas, for example, if, oh, I don't know, if the 787-9 gets grounded, or the Airbus A330 gets grounded for comparison's sake, so we also, you know, compare with an Airbus, Delta won't be hit as much, because they're operating other airplanes like the 767s and the 777, whatever it might be. But you guys get the gist of it. American Airlines, if something happens with the A330s, then that's fine. They've got a whole load of 777s that can take up the slack. Same with British Airways. If a let's think, if the 787-8 gets grounded, then they can just take up the slack with the 787-9 or the A350-1000, for example. So Matthew says, I read a recent article that United is going to replace their 757s with A321XLRs starting in December 25. Wow. And yeah, Jet 2, good comparison, or a good example of fleet diversity. Lewis says Jet 2 have got a big order in for A321neos to replace the 757s and the 737-300s. DJ Aviation, hello. Did I recently have problems with the Fenix EFB? No, I've just got issues with the way it calculates the performance. It's just doesn't seem correct, in my opinion. Whoop. A little bit wobbly there. I mean, Jet2 needs to replace that 757 anyway. I think, isn't it Europe's oldest servicing passenger 757? Clipper says he's only been on one Airbus in his life and he's more than fine with that. You see, for me, long haul, I've always had 777s taking me on holiday, and yeah, there's something quite comforting about that. But that's probably the last Boeing aircraft I can comfortably trust, unfortunately. I mean, we looked at where we're going on holiday in a few weeks. We looked at various different options because Birmingham Airport isn't a million miles away, so if I had to go to Gatwick, Birmingham's actually closer, but we're not flying from Heathrow. But I looked at the options there and I thought, well, actually we've got Jet2, okay, fair enough, 737-800, I could probably get on one of those. But then I thought, well, TUI's 737 MAX, and then that was kind of it really. I just thought, I'm not interested. I'm just not flying a MAX, ever. That's it. It will stop me flying with an airline if that's all I've got as a choice. In fact, the American Airlines service that I was meant to go, when I was going to go to VATSIM Expo this year until I cancelled, the hop from Phoenix to Vegas and back, they were in 737 MAXes, so I cancelled those, not interested. And I actually then looked at hiring a car and doing the drive for 4.5 hours instead. Because I choose life and I have a very long memory. No, not one bit, DJ. I will not fly an airline if the option is flying on a MAX. Full stop. The trust has gone with me, that's it. Zach says he's flown on a MAX by Alaska Airlines once. He was very nervous on that 4-hour flight. Commentator said he flew on a MAX around a year ago when it came back in service before the door blowout. I kind of didn't mind it since I'd expected that they'd heavily been scrutinised before being allowed to fly again. And then the door blowout happened. Would you get back on one now? Because they've been heavily scrutinised again. Doc says he's been on a MAX a few times and he's still alive. Yeah, but every day's a lottery. You don't know how long you are going to be on this planet for. So why increase the chances of leaving quicker? JetBlue's A321s have got very good reviews, haven't they? Especially ones with the, is it the Mint business class cabin? Something like that. They're meant to be quite cool for the transatlantic hops, although not comfortable with the idea of flying a single aisle jet across the Atlantic. I 100% tell you what I would not fly on. Air Canada. They fly a 737 MAX 9, I think it is, from Halifax to London Heathrow and back. Sod that. I would never ever fly. I don't know how people do it. I know, I'm going to go on the least trustworthy aeroplane in service currently, and I'm going to fly over the Atlantic with no options but water. It's just crazy, crazy brave. I don't know, yeah. You'd have to pay me to do one of those, and even then I'd probably still say no. Oh, they're living on a player. It says there, WestJet are now operating the MAX 8 between St John's and Gatwick. My goodness. Lewis, yeah, they do. Occasionally you'll find their 787s on some of the European routes, the shorter routes, and the Canary Islands as well. Same with British Airways. Every now and again British Airways will operate a 777 or a 787, something similar, also for cargo reasons, but if it's a significantly popular flight, they might fly it to like Athens and back, or Madrid and back, that kind of thing. DJ, yes it does. Iberia currently are doing the hop from Madrid to Heathrow. They're usually on an A330. Paul, yeah, you know what I do? The A319 is really fun, like mega fun. But the A321, with its little bit of nuanced behaviour and its increased risk of tail strike, that's what I really enjoy. Have you checked their knowledge base, DJ Aviation? Because it's something that happened quite a lot when they first launched the Fenix app. And there was like workarounds, but I can't remember what it was. Ian, exciting! Have you tested your VATSIM push to talk button and all that jazz? Don't forget to file your flight plan as well. This is your first run on the new computer, isn't it? On the supercomputer. Wow, Lewis, that's a long way away. Like a very, very long way away. I'm not confident that Aerosoft are even going to get it out by MSFS 2024. I know they've said that that's what they were targeting, but sitting in some of the behind-the-scenes chats with some of the developers and things, and seeing the progress of things like that, there's not very much progress at all, unfortunately. But FSS are running the project, so they can't even make their E-Jet. They can't even finish their E-Jet after 2 years. So it says it all. David, welcome mate. Great to see the sunny heart in the sky, he says. Used to work for Thomas Cook Airlines, miss the airline loads. Yeah, sad it's not in the sky anymore. Let's have a little look at Valanta, shall we? See how we're all getting on. So, I'll hide that for now. In front of us, we've got Badger, Thomas Cook 19er. He's flying the A320 Neo, the Flybawar A321X. Hi, me, Zato, in the Chanix 395 flights, Jet2 Holidays A321. Beautiful. Absolute corker of a livery, that. And we'll have to fly the Horizon mod again soon to see how it's getting on. Behind him we've got the Commentator flying our new A321 in the Osprey Airways fleet, painted by a legendary Tapsi. Great screenshot, love the bokeh. Seeing how we're getting on here with routes. I'm hoping everybody's on the same route, but you never know, people do mad things. We've got PDAP, Air France 32. Who else have we got? Ethan. I think that's all of us. They've got Ian on his new computer up there at Liège that we're just about to fly south of. Looks like we've got a little bit of ATC coming online shortly, and some very high level cloud, my goodness. Some very high level cloud. David, yes, if you're comfortable with VATSIM, like as in you're confidently proficient with VATSIM and you know what you're doing, then yeah, absolutely, you can join us. But the primary consideration there is being confident on the VATSIM network. And then all of the routes and things go into our Discord server. Right, we're at our optimum. Can't quite get a 3.7 either, so we'll just have to monitor this. See how we get on. Strap the nippers in just in case. We're getting an Inibuilds A330 with Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 anyways, Paul says. Yes, I forgot about that actually. Thanks for reminding us. Oh, Zato, nice. Dark Edits, nice. What route are you going to do? Is it the NV one again? NV to Stuttgart. But also don't let that put you off. You know, you're going to do quite a few flights on Unicom as well, so just dive in and transmit on Unicom a couple of little position reports for pushback, taxi, takeoff, descent, approach, landing, that sort of thing. That's what you need to worry about on Unicom. Commentator, yes, correct. Because the arrivals actually take you over the airfield. So what we're doing is we're turning it into a big VOR radial instead. We'll go through that a little later into the flight. DJ's Aviation, you can send it in our Discord server. Smirk Evangelie says, if you could choose any aeroplane to be perfectly flawlessly designed and implemented into Microsoft Flight Simulator with no errors whatsoever, which aeroplane would it be? What do you guys say in the chat? I would probably say it's been 50-50 for me. Boeing 757-200 with the Rolls-Royce RB211s or the A350-1000. But it's a bit of a toss-up between both of those, to be fair. And as much as I'd love the A380, and I'm very much looking forward to the fly-by-wires A380, you're limited in one way or another to how that's all done. Where that can operate and all that sort of thing. DJ Aviation, I've never seen that before. I'd check your liveries, but I'd completely uninstall it, restart the computer, and then uninstall it, restart the computer, install it again. Make sure you've deleted all of your liveries, and then start from fresh. Download a fresh add-on package from the Fenix website. From your, when you log in and you go into your account purchases you've made, make sure you download that. Any update to the fly-by-wire A380, Morgan's asking? No, nothing really. I think they're just working very hard in the background. I'm not sure. I'll just leave the seatbelt sign on. Yeah, Lewis. We don't know, do we? They've not announced anything. They have ruled out the Neos, so they have come out and said they're not doing any of the Neos. Yeah, I don't know what the other options would be. Yeah, I can't think what they would do. A350 would be great from Phoenix, because we're going to have A330 overkill soon, aren't we? I don't know. A340 might be nice, like you say, Paul, and Badger, and B101. A340-600, a very niche aeroplane though, isn't it? I don't know if it would be worth the time coding, because unless the price will be higher. I don't know. But it would be nice to see a detailed A340-600. A220 might be a good shout. Look at this, look how high that cloud is. Pretty much living on Unicom as we go today. Cabin is pretty niche. The A340-600, Virgin Atlantic had a load, Lufthansa had some. One or two others as well. I think had different versions of A340. I know Swiss had one. Eurowings maybe? I can't remember. But not many. Certainly the A340-600. Yeah, the Airbus A220 might be quite nice. And it will compete with the Synaptic one, which is going to... It sounds like they've basically been bought out by Inibuilds. And their products lately have been a little bit lacking, in my opinion. Jan says, am I going to plan to fly into or out of the newly released Cardiff? It's had middling reviews, to be honest. From what I've read and seen so far. There is a freeware Cardiff, don't forget, from Super Spud, which is pretty good, and I probably wouldn't fly there very much. So in lieu of not really having much of a relationship with SoFly, like any of the Inibuilds products nowadays, because I'm not a paid content creator from them, I'm not sponsored by them, they've gone to this stance where you've basically got to buy the add-ons to then promote it on their behalf, which is a bit counterintuitive and not very pleasant. So unless I'm going to fly there quite a lot and use the scenery, I don't really have the flexibility in my budget to kind of buy every bit of scenery that comes out. So probably not, no, to be totally honest. The only thing Cardiff is really good for is maintenance hops from Heathrow with British Airways. Maybe a couple of seasonal TUI flights, but it's a pretty dead airport, isn't it? So no, not really that fussed about that scenery. I mean, I'd hoped to have saved enough to pay off my whopper of a tax bill from last year, because they're also asking for half of next year in advance, but that hasn't really panned out very well so far. So I'm probably going to spend up to like November saving for that to pay it off, which is really annoying. Yeah, I won't spend my hard-earned cash on a scenery unless I know I'm going to use it a few times at least. to get my money's worth. Ashley T says Cardiff has a Gaia scenery in the world update anyway. There you go. So you don't need it. Yeah, the SoFly one. They're probably going to be the same sort of scenery, French Toast, to be honest. What do we got for views? Custom cabin with this. With a nice little TCX livery as well. Woof, 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 woof. Yeah. Good old Amazon. Look at that. Snazzy. And they've got like a custom bulkhead thing going on as well. Which you can just about see coming into view now. There we go, look at that. Very proper. Nice little palm tree thing that they had. And then those little custom tweaks and bits there. Really nice detail on the galley trolleys there as well. There's an enhanced version on FlightSim.to actually, so this one is the 8K version that I've downloaded from FlightSim.to, but it is available on FlightSim.to as well. Sorry, it's available on the Fenix Livery Manager as well. I can't remember what the tweaks were, if any, though. I'd have to go back on and have a little look. Right, back. I don't know, have you ever been to Lesbos, Calvin? Had to quickly run to the door. Lewis says he can't wait for the 777 freighter to do some cargo, aerologic and DHL cargo ops. That shouldn't be too far away now, to be fair, should it? So we should be anticipating that in the next few weeks, probably while I'm away. So third week of September the content will resume. So a little way away, but I'd imagine in that window, in that time, PMTG may have released this 777 freighter, so you'll all have to let me know how you're getting on with it, and then I'll pick that up once I get back. Very exciting. I think, Zato, how are you getting on with the Osprey Sucre livery for the 727 freighter? This 777's my favourite aircraft in the sim at the moment, Lewis. It's just wonderful. These are very close behind though now. But yeah, that 777 just does, it just ticks all the boxes for me. It's just spectacular. Can't fault any of it. Love it. But this is very good as well. And no content creator to my knowledge, received these for free for what it's worth. So I've purchased this myself, this expansion pack for the 1921, because of how much I knew how good it was going to be. I just knew how good it was going to be. So. Hey Gav, thank you buddy, appreciate the super chats. Thanks for the support mate, as always. Long time support of the channel. Well, I'm not sure, I've never been to Lesbos to be fair, it's meant to be spectacular, so might be one that I'll look to go and do in the future for a place to visit. Because I'd not realised that there were direct flights to Mytilene. French Toast had his first A330-900 Osprey Airways charter flight last night. The livery's really beautiful for the headwind A330. It's pretty good, isn't it? Do I think this 777 freighter will be the same price as the 777-300 ER? I'm not sure, Paul, to be honest. So I wouldn't really like to hazard a guess. I wouldn't be surprised if it was around the same price, because they've recognised now that people won't want to just buy everything. There might be one more than another that they're waiting for. There was a lot of people with the 777-300ER that said they weren't going to buy it, and they were waiting for the freighter. So that might be the only product they buy from the 777 range. With certainly the way that they've designed their product line now. Yeah, it's hard to tell. We'll obviously know more when we get to the point in time that it gets released. If you go to the end of yesterday's live stream, I literally, for a couple of seconds, I put all of my settings on the screen. But I can't do it now because I'm in the air on VATSIM. If I pause it, the aeroplane basically just stops in mid-air with all the people behind me catching up. So go check out the end of yesterday's live stream and I'll give you all the details there, mate. Well, it depends on your PC setup, French Toast. Robert's 101 says Robert did say they wanted one of the 777 to be in line with the 737-600 pricing. Well, the 200LR, there are for more variants. I'm not quite sure what you mean there. But yeah, I would imagine one of the 777s will be more accessible. That tends to be the theme, which will be really nice. So it may well be the 777 freighter might be the cheap one. And if they followed the same pattern as the 737, didn't they release the 737-700 and then the 600 at 30 odd quid, and then the 800 and 900, I think, from memory. I remember now, it seems so long ago. So I wonder if this next one might be the cheaper one. Peter says it just landed in Mytilene. Wing was calm and the approach was beautiful. Now time for the turnaround back to Stansted for him. Nice. Have you got the Jason GR freeware scenery? It's really, really nice. It's in the description, by the way, folks. If you do want to download the scenery for today, for Mytilene, the island of Lesbos. Definitely want to check out Jason GR's scenery of the Greek islands, because some of them are just spectacular. Clipper says the 777-200ER will be fun for domestic United ops, but his absolute favourite will be the 757 with the RB211 Rolls-Royce engines. He's going to be flying it constantly as soon as it comes out. Yeah, I might find that I'm going to spend a couple of weeks, like I did with the 777 release. I might end up flying the 757 a hell of a lot. That'll bring back a lot of memories. Paul says, do I enjoy flying the A300 for mini builds, even for cargo especially? Not so much anymore. They've had a whole load of glaring issues with the aircraft, like the auto throttle bugging out and all that stuff that I got very, very frustrated with. So I've got no desire to fly it anymore, unfortunately. Unless something attracts me back to it. The Pickle, thanks for subscribing. French Toast, make sure you're on the latest development version, not the stable. That's all I can think of, because I've not flown the A321X for a little while. Reaper says he's saving for if the TFTI MD-11 comes to Xbox. Got a bit of scenery popping down below. Not filling me with confidence. Have we got a waypoint? Louis, Edisa. There we go, that'll do. 9420, let's do a quick fuel check. Ooh. We're slightly below on fuel. We've burnt 100 kilos more. Ian, exciting! His first flight out back in the sim on his RTX 4080. AJ Fellow says, if you think the Microsoft Flight Simulator version of the A300 is bad, try the X-Plane version, it's even worse. Well, I don't have X-Plane, so I won't need to suffer. Cubing Demon, yeah, there's a lot of people that love the classics. For me, I think I might fly them once or twice, but then they'll just kind of get back in the hangar and they'll stay there again. We've got more than enough fuel for today, by the way, folks. When I generated the SimBrief flight plan, it wanted the diversion to be Istanbul, I think it was. Yeah, I think it was Istanbul. Yes. For the way of the diversion, but naturally that wouldn't be a diversion option for things like the Greek islands because of the tensions between the Greeks and the Turkish. So I've changed that to Athens. So we've got enough there for a diversion to Athens plus like an additional 45 minutes of fuel. So we've got plenty for today's flight. Which we are a quarter of the way there already. Bit of a slower, longer journey for today in this. Everyone will be buying their packs of Benson and Edges and their £10 gin and tonic litre bottles as we speak. Nah, Edinburgh's always a good pick, Dark Edits. The busyness of Edinburgh shouldn't stress you out too much, because if anything that will help warm you up for places like Gatwick. Edinburgh is simple. You strip it down to the basics for your first VATSIM flight, and you want to just worry about the SIDS, the stars, the runway. So the radio telephony and things, sure, if it's busy there's a little bit of extra pressure there, don't let that put you off too much. But you've only got like one SID to choose from, really, depending on which direction of flight you were going. So that element of it, the pre-flight planning and getting your clearance, is very simple. And then just try and take a breather and enjoy the busyness at Edinburgh, because it's nowhere near as busy as like Heathrow or Gatwick would be. Any plans to fly to Pristina again? Not sure. There's a lot of places we've got to go and see. feel like they're going to have quite a few, Just Flight that is, AJ Finani. I feel like they're going to have quite a few products launch at roughly the similar sort of time. So certainly towards the end of September is going to be quite busy for Flight Sim with the ATR update, CLJ update, World update. I don't know if there's a Sim update, I'm not sure. But then you'll also potentially have a couple of releases from other developers. The PMTG 777 Freighter will have arrived by then as well, over the next 4 weeks, hopefully, touch wood. Maybe one of the new Just Flight products, if not maybe 2 Just Flight products, who knows. But it feels like they're getting ready to launch a couple of different products all roughly around the same time. Just Flight, doesn't it? So, be interested to see what happens. Reaper, I haven't flown it for a while, but I do need to get back in it because it is really, really fun. Certainly when it updates over the next few weeks, post my holiday, then I might jump back into the ATR. But no, DJ Aviation, if you reinstalled all of your liveries, you need to delete all of your Fenix liveries and reinstall every single one again. Because it may well be you've got a load of out-to-date liveries that aren't working with Block 2. Ooh, look at that bit of cross-flow traffic over there. Gone buzzing over, loose contrail. Yeah, we have been waiting for the CLJ update for way too long, but apparently it is coming in September along with the ATR. Although the ATR is, quote, a Microsoft product created by Hans Hartmann, and the CLJ is basically or effectively an Aerosoft product made by Hans Hartmann. So. Yeah, I'm sure Captain Scum will release a load of stuff as well, but like AJ Finani says, don't forget that they are now trying to trick people with a rebrand. So now you will see on the MSFS marketplace, certainly for those of you on Xbox, be warned, you might then also see FSX 360 as a company name for a developer. That is also Captain Sim, aka Captain Scam, Captain Scum, dressed up as a different brand to try and trick a whole load of new simmers, because they're realising their brand name of Captain Sim is just an absolute train wreck. So yeah, Ashley, I don't know. I really don't know. Hopefully it will be a bit fixed, but yes, Jan. Yeah, or you can watch this channel, where I would just be brutally honest whether something is good or crap. Rosterman, that's sad, because I've done a video on that, albeit a while ago, SkySim MD11, and I made it very clear how atrociously awful that thing was. It was so bad, Just Flight took it off sale for a few weeks before putting it back on again anyway. But yeah, Sky Simulation is a absolute diabolically poor quality developer as well. Yeah, never dive into flight sim purchases, folks. Always research them first. And if ultimately, if you see that somebody is sponsored by something, same with, like, you know, you're going to see content creators sponsored by Thrustmaster. They're never going to say anything honest or bad about that stuff, because they are paid by that company to sell their products effectively. So you've got to kind of work around all of the marketing, and I've spoke about it plenty of times before. Marketing is designed to trick everybody, to basically make us spend more money and earn these companies millions of pounds. But we've got to have a way to weed out the good guys versus the bad guys, the good versus the crap. And not everybody's going to be honest with the community about that, because their job, their career might be streaming. Come on, Flight Sim, don't do this to me. It's froze. Gee whiz, what the... Anyone else having issues around the German World Update near the Alps? Flying along today? Weird. Yeah, it's difficult because, you know, Thrustmaster, I purchased my Boeing yoke because I saw some of the sponsored folk raving on about how good it was. Yeah, this is amazing, it's the best thing like since sliced bread. Their TCA Airbus yoke is a load of plastic crap, it's garbage. Their Boeing yoke, premium product, again, just plastic garbage, and actually the build quality is very, very poor, like shockingly bad. And now it, you know, it's 1 year old and it's breaking, so it is what it is. You know, sometimes just one content creator shouting about the bad stuff isn't enough. That beard change, Matthew. So DC Designs Concorde, he says there, he's heard that it's getting a facelift and proper INS. Don't forget though, DC Designs promised a proper INS when they released the Concorde 2 years ago. And they haven't bothered, even to this day, actually releasing anything with an update, so just not right. I don't, until I actually see the Concorde updated with the INS and it having a facelift rather than it being a quick port from FSX, which is quite poor quality textures and things, then yeah, unfortunately no. I don't really have much faith in them releasing an update for it. Especially when they're busy pumping out fast jets, when you can't use missiles and things. This is a civilian flight sim. Waiting for the Wing FCU to be back in stock. French Toast says it's a cracky bit of kit, although it doesn't work with the A319 and A321 from Fenix, unfortunately. It shouldn't be that much mayhem. There's 9 flights departing, 2 pre-filed and 1 arrival at the moment at Edinburgh. 2 aeroplanes taking off. You're not Jet 2156 by the way, are you? Dark Edits. Because if you are, you need to change your call sign, it's not quite correct. That's the flight number, that you need to use instead, and that's the call sign in the live chat for you, mate, for your first VATSIM flight. So if you're going to do a Jet 2 flight, you want to file as EXS152, and then when you communicate on the channel for your controller and your clearance and things, your call sign in that instance would be ChanX152. It's alright, it's part of the learning. But it's not that busy, so Edinburgh actually looks like it's quite a good area at the moment to fly around. You've got approach online, I think, as well. Edinburgh radar. So you've got Edinburgh radar and you've got Edinburgh ground, which is quite nice. So you've got a little bit of ATC there. That's pretty cool. Am I passing Venice by any chance? Good question. I'm not sure. Let's have a quick check. Not really, no. We're flying quite a bit to the north of Venice. Konopki, welcome. This is just flying the MD-82 from Rome to Geneva, watching the stream on the TV. Very nice. Welcome. How are you finding the Mad Dog? That's another aeroplane we've not flown in a little while. It's a bit of a headache, but it's quirky and fun. No worries, Dark Edits. Do you want us to check your route, or are you okay with that? Toga says, can you please explain the process of the arm disarm spoilers before and after takeoff, so we can understand why instead of just memorising? So it's an Airbus thing. In the Boeing you don't, but in this, before departure, Toga, you arm the ground spoilers or the speed brake in the case of a rejected takeoff. So you'll have to imagine when we took off earlier from Gatwick, we put the throttles into the flex gates and we're accelerating down the runway, and all of a sudden we've got to stop. We have auto brake max set, but we also have ground spoilers armed. So when we pull the throttles back to idle really quickly and then engage the thrust reversers to start decelerating us, the auto brake max will kick in for the rejected takeoff, but you will also, because they're armed, because we've armed them before takeoff, it will deploy the spoilers as well to help slow us down and get rid of any lift over the wings and stuff. Which is why after a takeoff, we take off and we climb up through flaps 1 to 0, we retract them flaps, you then disarm the spoilers because we don't need them anymore, and it's just done around that time because it's a natural point in the flow to kind of do it. Yeah, Geneva's a very nice place to fly. JJ, hello. 1 PMTG 777 for 80 bucks, or 3 Fenix A321 20 and 21 for 80 bucks. Which one, if I had to pick one, which one would I buy? Ooh. The PMTG 777 is my favourite. But I'd probably buy the 3 aeroplanes, the 3 Airbus A320 series, because I can do a lot more of the trickier approaches like the Skiathos and the Mykonos, and I can do all of that with those, and I can do some of the smaller airports with the A319 and all that sort of thing. So I'd probably buy the 3 Airbus if I had to pick one, but the PMTG 777 is my favourite currently. Yeah, pop it in Discord, Dark Edits, I'll have a look. But it depends what flying you want to do, JJ. If you ultimately are going to be flying at bigger airports, and you want a little bit of long haul flexibility as well, but you're happy as well to fly to some of the bigger airports on like a short haul service, then the 777 might be the one for you. But it all depends on what you want to do. Don't let me influence that too much, because they're all very, very good. Oh crikey, that's one heck of a link. Let me just load it up and have a look. Yep, for your registration, you don't need to worry about the where you've wrote Chanex dark edits. You don't need to write that in the registration. That registration would be the tail number of the aeroplane, like today, GTCDV. But you don't have to put that in there. And the fin number, you don't need to put that in either. That would be the fin number at the top for some airlines, like American Airlines, that would have a fin number for the aeroplane or something. Don't worry about that too much. Where you've got airframe, you want to click that and select one of the PMDG ones with the like economy config. Select that, but then what you've chosen is fine anyway because you've gone for a +5 fuel factor anyway. What else have we got? 2.4 looks good. Altitude's not correct. You need to have an odd altitude. Just leave it blank and it should stay on automatic. Dark edits for the altitude. But really you want 35,000 or 37,000 because you're flying east or south. You want to go odds. Flying the other way, evens. Contingency, leave on automatic as well. Or EASA, E-A-S-A. And reserve, leave on auto. 6 Charlie. Hold on, let me just check this, because I don't think your flight plan's quite correct. Tala 6 Charlie. November 5-7 Yankee. Leaving airspace at Tala. Okay, no, that's fine. So yes, the rest of your route's fine. It's just a bit about the cleanup of the planning, if that makes sense. No, not really, dark edits. You haven't messed it up. Shall I put it on the screen and show you how I would tweak what you've done? Because it's very nearly perfect. But the altitude is really important. The altitude's super important. Let me pop it on the screen. Stand by. There you go. Well, this is his first flight ever on VATSIM, AJ Finale, so he's watched all my tutorials, but hopefully we can just give him a bit of confidence and get this sorted out. So, flight info at the top, EXS, flight number. What are you using? 3 November Bravo now? Because it says there 3NB down there for the ATC call sign. Is that what you're doing? Wait for him to answer. No worries, Mike. Yeah, this is what the channel is all about. No, lol, I messed that up. So what's the call sign you want to use then, Dark Edits? Was it the one that we mentioned a minute ago, Chanex 14152? And I'll help go through it with you basically, so you can see what happens. Oh, sent the wrong link over. Alright, send me the fixed link. In the meantime, we get to see the beautiful Alps. If you send me what you've done, Dark Edits, I'm assuming you still haven't got your clearance. I will show you how I would tweak it. If there are things that are wrong, I'll show you what's wrong. and then as you're watching, you can then tweak the bits that I'm changing at the same time, and then I'll show you how to pre-file it on VATSIM with the connection that you've got. But I need the actual call sign that you've used to log in with as well. And then we can get you on your way for your first ever VATSIM flight. Love flying over the Alps. In real life, this is absolutely beautiful. Toga, yep, hold on, sim settings, controls, there you go. Pretty basic, but I've got SDS and rudder damping on. JJ, no. As Ashley was saying, I think maybe it's the next. I think it's the current world update that's just been released. UK and Ireland update, but there's a Cardiff scenery from Gaia included in that. So why, unless you're going to use Cardiff all the time, why go and buy one from SoFly that's actually pretty half average anyway? Because the you know, things like the hangar and stuff apparently aren't quite animated properly or detailed properly anyway. So. JJ says he's bought the SoFly Cardiff. He says don't buy it. It's a frames per second heavy lagging mess. Whoopsie. Dark edits. There's no route issue, but the altitude's wrong. I thought you said you sent me the wrong link. Oh, that's really bad, JJ. Don't forget, folks, SoFly, again, this is where people get tricked by marketing. SoFly is actually, it's actually Callum who, what's that bloody Flight Sim News website? You can tell I don't ever read any of them. FS Elite, there you go, thank you Sam. Yeah, so SoFly is basically owned by FS Elite. The person who runs FS Elite owns SoFly. But they are branded separately because, heck, marketing. So it's just again, another one of those things that people don't really understand. All he's trying to do is just churn money out of us. But I don't think they are natural developers. They've gone into it. Yeah, the quote news site, unquote, as Mike says. JJ says, according to the fine print, the hangar doors animate up to 5 minutes in between the hours of 6 AM and 6 PM local time, but as soon as it starts animating, the frames get wiped out. Dark edits. Right, no, so are you ready? I'll go through it again. This is the link you put in our Discord server a moment ago. But please follow. So, on your flight plan at the top here, you need to type in EXS 152, which is your call sign for today for the flight you're doing. Get rid of CHANX in registration, get rid of the FIN number, and your call sign. Make sure that says EXS 152 as well, the CHANX 152. And then for the aircraft information, press that default button and choose PMDG MSFS Economy Config. And what it'll do is it'll just set up your fuel factor and a few other little bits precisely to what the PMDG 737-600 wants in the sim. Have you followed so far, Dark Edits? Hope so. You also need to make sure you've got an alternate, so change that to automatic and it will select one. Cool, so do that. You should have EDDV come up as an alternate potentially. And then once you've done that, scroll down a little bit further. Leave the selections as they are, because that's fine. The departure runway, the arrival runway is fine. The altitude, just delete it and leave it on automatic. And providing there are no issues, that should give you an altitude like flight level 370. But if you want to make sure you've set up one that's correct, you can manually type in here flight level 370 or 37,000 feet, because you've put in there initially an even flight number, which is for if you were flying the other way. For example, you were flying from where's EDDW? Bremen. If you were flying from Bremen to Edinburgh, then you would use 36,000 feet. But because you're flying the other way, you're flying Edinburgh to Bremen, you have to have an odd flight number, so 37,000 feet or 35,000 feet might be better, because it's quite a short flight. So just pick one. You can type it in like so if you wish. And then in fuel planning, go to contingency, pop it on EASA, and reserve automatic. Have you followed so far, Dark Edits? Perfect. And your route's fine. The Tala 6 Charlie is predominantly a turboprop departure route, but because of the route you are on and you're departing the airspace from Tala, you can do that in a jet, so that's absolutely fine. And yeah, that's it. Then you press generate. Your departure time, you might need to just press the little refresh button at the top to reset it to a time that's more applicable to now, to give you a bit of time to turn around and things. But as Ashley says, ideally for the altitude, once you get used to it a bit more, leave it on automatic, and you can use the calculate and compare option at the top if you want to as well, which is up here. It will give you options, so we can leave that blanket off, press calculate and compare, it's one of the new features, and you've got a few different options there. Look, it's suggesting flight level 410 or flight level 350 as a comparison there. And you can just click it to basically choose one. It's up to you. But once you've done that, you'll have a flight plan that looks something like this. You'll end up with a screen that will load up. This is my route for today, so it's not going to absolutely match yours, Dark Edits, so don't get confused by the routing. But this is just to show you how to pre-file now on the network. So you've got your screen, you press generate, it looks like this, right? Now at the top you've got a button that says pre-file. When you click that, it goes right to the bottom and you can see there it says pre-file on the network, and we're on VATSIM. So you want to choose the one at the top that says VATSIM pre-file. So you click that and then it will load up the VATSIM's pre-filing website. Have you followed so far? Hopefully you're following the same steps. And you'll have a screen like this. And this is how VATSIM will see your flight plan. And this is how your controller in Edinburgh will see your flight plan. And they'll check all the data in it to make sure it's accurate. So you want to then make sure you've got your altitude set correct. You've got an off-block time, which is in Zulu, don't forget, or UTC. And then once you're happy, press flight plan, the green button there to file it. You're in a 737-600, so your performance there will say C instead. And the operator should say EXS, the CHANX, for example. And then you've got to make sure you log in on the network with whatever call sign you've put in on this box here. So for you today, EXS152, CHANX152 is your call sign. You've got to make sure that's the one that you filed for as well. And then you are all good to go. You've got to get your clearance and go fly. Toga, yes, because it's all kind of open airwave, isn't it? So if you're in range and in sight, line of sight of the radio signal, you'll be able to pick it up. So Ben, hello. Which is why on fingers people do meow noises and things sometimes. But I'll know when you've filed it properly. Dark edits, because I'll see you on the VATSIM radar with a flight plan, and I'm watching. No pressure. Big thanks to everyone who's hit the like button so far. Appreciate all of you enjoying today. Depends where you're flying over, Toga. We're on Unicom, so lovely Anna down below. Can't quite see it. In fact, oh, there it is. There's Ljubljana Airport, just under that little blob of cloud. The Alps there, looking spectacular. Wingwing FCU's great, Benoit. Free Froome says, can you explain the difference between open descent and descent? You've got to make sure open descent, if I put it into open descent now and descended, you'd have op descent. Basically the throttles will be idle and it will basically work to just maintain the speed you're at with the maximum rate of descent, and it'll ignore constraints and all the rest of it. If you go into the other descent, which is managed descent, it will respect the constraints, but it also wants to fly the VNAV profile. That's probably the easiest way to explain it. But you'll see it in the descent later, so keep watching as we get towards Mytilene, the island of Lesbos. You'll see all of that in action anyway. Back home after 12 days in Florence. Hello, Mikhail. Welcome back from your holiday. Hope it was good. Massive thank you for your super chat. Super generous. Appreciate it. 250 Danish krona. Crikey. Commentator says Zato showing 0 knots at 6,000 feet near Innsbruck. Oh dear. Why do I get the feeling Zato's crashed? He's also gone silent on the chat. I reckon he's fallen asleep. And he's just put himself into the ground without realising. Zato, wake up! It's too late. Yeah. R.I.P. Zato. He's gone bouncing round the valley. Initial impact there. Minus 977 foot per minute in Steinmandel. Then a bounce down to 2,757 foot per minute at 41 knots, and then 1,532 foot per minute at 1.48 G, and then 1,664 foot per minute. Jeez, man down, south of Innsbruck, right on the border of Italy. So he's not getting rescued anytime soon. Mikhail, thanks for your super chat. Hopefully your holiday was really nice. Welcome back. R.I.P. Zato. We'll have a quick pan around, see if we can see the plume of smoke. I can almost hear the screams. Fly Panda, good afternoon. Avoid Thrustmaster, they're making some really cheap, unreliable stuff now. Embois. Go for other options like Wing or whatever else. Ah, can't quite see the Zato smoke. Say Toga, no, you've got to get down towards the approach first. To be fair, I haven't tuned in. Oh no, I am on guard. No, but we haven't picked it up. There's nothing coming out on guard. What he's done there is a classic Ryanair. What he's done is he's flown to Bolzano or Trento brackets Steinmandel, Austria. Instead of Bolzano down there in Italy. Good old classic Ryanair trick. And then they're going to be coached from Steinmandel in Austria to Bolzano. Dark edits, you'll be fine. Most of it is in the prep, mate, and you've done all the prep, so you'll be fine. Basha, yeah. Yeah. Couldn't even make it out the summer season alive. Oh dear. Gotta get rid of this company message. There we go. Whatever you need to be at, say Toga, depending on what your clearance is and what your MCDU says. But watch how we kind of go through it on the arrival later on, because it'll be easier to explain as we're doing it, if that makes sense. Dark edits, let us know how your clearance goes. Let us know how you're getting on with that. You've got ground online, so it'll just be Edinburgh ground, and the ATIS is information November at Edinburgh. So it'd just be Edinburgh ground, Chanex 152, stand 3, Boeing 737-600 with information November, request clearance to Bremen. And you'll already know what you're being given back because you've planned the route correctly now. So you know that you're going to have the Tala 6 Charlie departure. They might give you the initial climb. And don't forget in your notes, hopefully you might have filed as such, I can't see it on my screen, but hopefully when you pre-filed your route, your remarks says like new pilot. Oh no, I can see your remarks actually on this. No, you didn't. Oh well, it doesn't matter. Tell them you're a new pilot if you're a bit nervous. First VATSIM flight or something like that. And as AJ Finani says, don't be afraid to ask the controller to repeat slower. But you definitely want to write stuff down. Little notepad, pen, paper, something. Gorper in 9 miles. Do another fuel check. So we'd burnt a bit more than we hoped for earlier. It's a 7360. .4. Have you got your charts ready, Dark Edits? Hopefully you do. We're going to aim to stay at our optimum cruise for today. Although that's 3.6 now. If it goes towards 3.7 I might drift up, step climb up, but we'll see what happens. Dark Edits, you're more than welcome, mate. You'll be fine. And once you've done the first one, you'll get to Bremen and you'll think, my goodness, I don't know what I was so worried about. But most of it is in the prep and you've done all the work there. So now it's just a bit of talking, and if you know how to fly your aeroplane confidently, you'll be fine. Enjoy it. That's the biggest thing. Your first ever VATSIM flight. And we were all nervous. I was bricking it for my first 3 or 4 VATSIM flights. So yeah, we understand. Just kind of try and relax into it and enjoy it as much as you can. And you'll look back at the end of the flight and think, actually, that was brilliant. Andy, welcome. How are you? Yeah, definitely tell us how your clearance goes, Dark Edits. Say, Toga, if that's the case, you need to find the next nearest airport that has got an ATIS or a bit of weather data. David says, wonder if I've moved up the S2 queue for VATSIM UK. Oh, I'm not sure. I'm looking. I want to find out where my place in the queue is. My controller, maybe it's in here. No. Hour checker. Error. We're making changes. Please check again later. My waiting lists. Position number 104. What was I before, David? They don't make it easy. Probably like 102 French toast. And I've gone down 2 somehow. Yeah, I think it's bang on, JJ. I think it's pretty good. Was it about 140 something before, David? It might have been. I just vague memory of what it was last time we checked. So that was about 2 months ago, to be fair. I feel like I'm going to have to actually start doing the Moodle. Because I just basically, I tried to wing the test the other day. Should we do it live during the stream? You guys can help me. We can try and see, because it doesn't matter if I fail, I'll just try it again. Where's the theory? Where is the S1 theory? Jeez, they don't make this easy, do they? Student 1 to Student 2, you may sit this exam. That doesn't look like how I did it before, though. Where's my training roster thingy? Mr. Aneurysm, nice. Right, are you guys willing to help me pass this exam? If we dive into it, we can see if we can kind of test our knowledge together. If I fail, it doesn't matter because we can just do it again in 7 days, so there's no stress. 30 questions, 25 minutes. Pass mark is 90%. I failed before. Theory results. Yeah, and I just winged it without doing any prep. Theory exams. Alright, cool. You guys are going to have to fire away with your answers. Hopefully you can see the screen well enough. Let's make it a bit bigger. Let's do that. Here we go. So this is a theory test to go in to become a tower controller with VATSIM UK. It shows you the level of knowledge that you need to be a controller. But I will need your help because I've done no I've done no reading. Does VATSIM UK allow this though? French Toast says. I mean, it doesn't say no in the rules. Do you reckon we'll get told off? Because if you do think we're going to be told off, let me know. We just won't bother. I'll just try and sit it another time. You know what? We won't risk it because I'm moving forwards in the queue. And no doubt there'll be somebody that will just moan about it and complain. So I'm not going to risk blowing it all on that. Especially if I'm moving up in the queue. I did very badly last time though because I didn't read any of it. I just thought, you know what? I'll see what baseline knowledge I've got first. I didn't do very well. David says you'd still get moving faster in another location, most likely. I know, I'm still massively tempted by other areas, to be fair. I can't remember what tripped me up most. Yeah, I think it might have been VFR. I can't 100% remember. Crikey, 3%. Oof. A little bit of cross-flow traffic ahead again. 1,000 foot above, nice. 1637. So nearer to about 5 PM we'll be landing. Look at that, zoom zoom, off he goes. Somebody going the other way. He's going Corfu, Eurowings. Just to give you guys an idea of where Mytilene is, the island of Lesbos. So you've got Thessaloniki up here, the top of sort of South Macedonia, the top of Greece, the very kind of coastal area of the Aegean Sea right at the top. Further down you've got Athens, that big green area there showing Athens radar being online. You've got Skiathos, busy as always, lots of people flying in there today. But across from across from Skiathos, the Aegean Sea on the other side, you have right on the edge of Turkish airspace again, like Samos, which is down here somewhere. There we go. Very close to the edge of Turkish airspace. Quite difficult. You can see how close it is around Chios as well. And it's the same with Mytilene in Lesbos, and the area there being quite tense between the two anyway. But yeah, there it is. Nestled away. And it should be stunning because you've got the Koloni Gulf there, you've got the Jeddah Gulf as well on the island of Lesbos. And our flight is going to go at Resso at the top of the coast here. We're then going to work south over to this bit of coastline here, Agios Focas, before routing round for the approach. So it's going to be really quite nice. Looking forward to it. Something a bit different. Yeah, Pedro, have a look at the end of yesterday's live stream. I've gone through all of our graphics settings. I can't do it in flight on VATSIM because it will get in the way of other people flying along, unfortunately. But we've got Athens radar online, which is always good. I'll be back in a second, folks. I'm just going to go and top up my water, fill up, because I've drank a pint already and it's pretty hot in this room at the moment. Cool. Cheers for waiting. Thanks for pointing that out, Ian. Quite often on these longer flights, if I start the stream too early, I end up sometimes accidentally skipping lunch because I'm sidetracked setting up for the stream and all the rest of it. It's not great. When it's really hot, I find I don't really drink enough water either. When it's the RTX 4090 pumps out so much heat. So I always bring a big pint glass with me. Well, I think it's more than a pint glass. It's 500 millilitres of water in a big Hofbrauhaus tankard from Germany. It's not even a pint. Even in FPS, how are you? Ian, how's your first flight in the new computer going? Now it's been about an hour or so in the air. It's quite the difference, isn't it, Ian? Whopper of an upgrade. I remember when I went from my RTX 2070 Super, the RTX 4090, it was like I'd just installed Microsoft Flight Simulator again for the first time, because it just blew me away with how good the detail was. And it's stuff that I'd not really appreciated on my previous setup. So it gives you that buzz again, doesn't it, for Flight Sim? Have you got everything installed now? Are you still working through all of your add-ons one by one? No, fair enough. Model matching does take a while. Certainly the AIG stuff, but the FSLTL stuff, you can just install that instead, and that's pretty easy through the Flabberwire installer. And then they've got a preset VMR for it as well, which is good. Well, I don't really have a go-to, like, you must have this, you must have that, Toga. Everybody's sim experience is different. I definitely think if you're going to fly on VATSIM, and you 100% should really kind of aim for a Navigraph Ultimate subscription of some sort. The annual subscription, if you can afford that lump sum fee, is a lot cheaper than the monthly subscription. So that's the best way to do it. And then you get access to all of their flight planning software, the latest AirAx, the nav data that goes into the sim that gets updated. You get access to all the Jefferson charts around the world, so it's all the same format. It's really, really good. Integration with various aeroplane add-ons, all the rest of it. So that's probably the key bit of software that you want. And yeah, it's just one button for FSLTL. You go to the Flabberwire installer, and then you install it through that, and it will just install it all automatically for you. And then in the folder for that, when it's installed, you'll see the FSLTL rules VMR, and that's what you want to then put into your ePilot client for the model matching. Ian, evening mate, How are you? Hope you're well. I've got a mate of mine at work who's about to head out to Australia, to Perth, Western Australia, for work. Transferring out there. He moves in the end of September, in fact, I think. Crikey. Yeah, it's like he's leaving the country in about 3 weeks. Very jealous. Nice work in. Oh, you've had that for about a week and a bit. There's a few weird strains of things going around, to be fair. Thoughts on the upcoming Aerosoft Frankfurt Canadian Flight Simmer? So, should have access to that imminently, which I'm looking forward to having a little look at. It looks fantastic. It looks very, very good. It looks like a no-brainer purchase, like a definite. You've got to buy it. It looks fantastic. But we'll have a look. We'll see when we get it all installed. See what the performance is like and all the rest of it. So until I've actually had a look myself, I'll reserve judgment for a little while longer, but when it releases I'll be back at work for a few days, so there'll be one day before, in fact it'll be the day of the release, I think, maybe will be when I can stream next. That'll be the last stream before I go away. I don't use FS traffic at all, say Toga, to be honest. I don't use that whatsoever. I use FSLTL, and then for extra stuff, all the other bits around it as a backup, I also use AIG, which, yeah, granted, is a hell of a lot of storage space taken up, but on the holiday clipper, yes. Our biggest hurdle is going to be tomorrow. Going to kind of assess a breeder. I'm going to grill the heck out of him, see if he's worth my time, money, and whether or not I trust him to rear a German Shepherd puppy for me to then rehome. It's going to be a bit of a stressful day, I think, tomorrow. A lot of driving. It's just over 4 hours round trip of driving for me, so I'm going to be pretty tired. No, FSLTL is it's kind of got stalled out a little bit, hasn't it? There's not been much development progression with the models and things. Like you say there, it still doesn't have an A300 model matching various other aeroplanes either. Patricio, welcome. Hope you're well. Yeah, hopefully it all does go well. I'm quite nervous. Obviously the issues we had with Loki before, with his hips and his elbows, and then the cancer that took him away from us. There's a little bit in the back of my mind that thinks, I'm worried that our next dog might have the same sort of stuff. I can't go through that again. It's a lot. That took every ounce of like energy and everything out of make sure he's cared for and recovers from his operations and all the rest of it. I wouldn't necessarily want to go through that again. Dark edits, nice! Hey, you know what? That's the hard bit done now. All you've got to do is ask for pushback. Make sure you write down your taxi clearance and you go the right direction to the runway, which at Edinburgh is easy because in the cul-de-sac you're in, you're just going to go straight out on Echo, right onto Alpha, and then you're going to taxi to the hold point for the runway. Nice and easy. And then you've got your takeoff. So make sure, what have we got online? Radar's offline now, so you don't have to worry about that. So make sure your next frequency is 122.8, like pre-tuned, ready. So when you change at the hold point, you just press the little switch button to transfer the frequency across, and you've got your next one pre-tuned. Your taxi route is going to be pretty simple, so don't worry about that too much. And then you'll be away. Yeah, it took our last dog about a month. Loki, literally took him a month to settle, and that was so hard, especially when I worked night shifts and things. I was coming home and not sleeping because you know, he'd be in his crate crying and things like that. It was just difficult. So I ended up kind of, you end up massively neglecting your own health, don't you, trying to rear a puppy up and get it settled and in a routine and train for, you know, potty and all that sort of stuff. Mosh, thanks for subscribing, welcome to the channel. But it is very exciting. I've looked at different rescues and adoptions and things, but because we both work full time, they won't allow us to rehome one. But similarly as well, my other half, like we said yesterday, my other half, her parents have got 2 dogs, her sister's got a dog as well. So they've effectively got 3 dogs, and they look after ours when we're at work. So we've got the added complication there of any rescue being suitable for that, and most aren't. At least not initially. I don't have flexibility in time because I work full time and limited annual leave hours and things. That means I can't really get it settled enough to allow that transition. So a rescue won't work, because that would have been my first choice. If you can, you should always consider a rescue before a puppy. Ghost's a cool name. But yeah, there you go. Oh, there's this beautiful couple of dogs, really nice. I think 2 or 3 year old German Shepherd girl with the Dogs Trust in the UK. Stunning. No health issues. Sits really well. Really good on training, all the rest just really nice, ticks all the boxes, but can't be rehomed with people like me because we work too much and the dog would be looked after in a place which had other dogs. It's just too much, so they won't ever allow rehoming of that, which is a shame because it limits a lot of people that would otherwise give the dog a really good life. But it is what it is. I mean, there are hurdles and things. Somebody mentioned yesterday the things you've got to go through to rehome some of these dogs. It's so in depth anyway that it's very, very difficult. We have made some very good progress. We're halfway down the Adriatic coast already, and on the right hand side, off over in the distance, probably won't see it to be fair from here. Yeah, can't quite see it. But Dubrovnik, all the way over there, behind that cloud in the distance. So Mytilene at the moment is operating on runway 32. We've still got a little way to go, but I'll show you guys the approaches and things anyway. So, bosh. There's the charts with the island of Lesbos. So, right on the edge of Turkish airspace there. We're going to initially reach Arezzo, which is there, and Simbrief predominantly will go, from Arezzo you want the Arezzo 1 Alpha, which will then take you from Arezzo to the Lesbos NDB, VOR, before then working out towards the airport, which is fine if you're flying the VOR runway 14 approach or the RMP approaches into Mytilene. But we're not doing that, we're flying the RMP Zulu 34, which doesn't use that VOR, which is about, where is it? Right, it's not even on that bit of screen, is it? So what we've done is like a bit of a direct to. Instead we're going to go to Arezzo. From there we're going to basically head 135 degrees straight to Bifok to then join the RMP Zulu 34. At which point there's a hold if it's really busy, like so. Or we'll go through Bifok at 6,000 and then we'll continue the descent down. Maximum 185 knots, bringing our speed down and then turning a very short final with a very offset approach there. Look, because of the configuration of the Turkish airspace, which is here, I'll draw the line over it. There is the Turkish border, which we cannot overfly. It's like Samos. So we go very close to that. So we've got to be tight on the LNAV, keeping it to that, and because the final approach starts there, look how compressed that looks. 707, 706. It's only a 7-mile final, which to be fair isn't a massive, it's not very, very short, but it doesn't give us much time to sort ourselves out. So we want to be at 1,500 feet by here to then head on in. Really important. So we'll check all the data shortly to make sure that we've got it all set up as we want. If we have to go missed approach for any reason, then we have to basically maintain 340 degrees up to Mytilene 708, max 210, and then working out back over the island south to Bifok to join the hold there, or to give it another go for the missed approach if we wish. The minimums for this, we'll just put LNAV in 1200. It's 1200 anyway with LNAV, but yeah. There's a little bit of an added complication there with the Turkish airspace. Ian, have a good night, matey. Good to hear you're feeling a bit better now as well. There's the runway for Mytilene, which is Odysseus Elitis Airport. We're landing on 3-2, so we're coming in from this direction here. Just draw that on the chart. But you can see there we've got the massive displaced threshold. Here. It's not very bright, is it? Let's choose a different colour. Actually, red is bad, so let's just stick with red. So all of this here, we can't land on this. This is out of play. Can't make that any clearer, can we? So landing on 3-2, a bit deceptive because we're going to see all this tarmac, but actually the threshold, the touchdown zone, is going to be about there. And that's where it gets even more deceiving, because 2406 meters is the runway length. That's not the usable landing distance available. And that's already quite short anyway, isn't it? If we very quickly look at Skiathos by comparison, (1628). And we all know how short and tricky that can be at times. 1628. Just remember that as a figure. So we've got displaced threshold there, which we can't land on. We can start a takeoff roll from there, but we can't land there. And then there's a displaced threshold on the other side as well. Although we'll be nice and slow at that point, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue for us. And you can see here, 2406, but actually, runway 32, landing beyond the threshold, 1871 meters. That's the usable length for touchdown. So what was the Skiathos one? I've forgotten already. My terrible memory. 1628. (1871). Short, but very doable. And the width is 45 meters. So again, we know it's not mighty wide. A321, I think, is the biggest aircraft to fly into Mytilene Airport there. And we've got two sections as well. It's worth pointing out here. Two kind of apron areas here with the scenery. So ATRs that operate in and out of this airfield all the time, they will go to this secondary south apron there. But when you get things like Thomas Cook Airlines flying in, whatever else back in the day, whoever else flies there now, like TUI, they'll fly up here, they'll touch down, and they'll use the north main apron because they've got parking stands and all that sort of thing there as well, as you can see. So south apron, a lot of very small stands there for small ATRs, maximum wingspan of 36 meters, and then we've basically got one stand for an A321, and then two stands for some A320s, 737, 800 style size of aeroplanes, and that's it. So we'll aim for stand 1, and then we'll work into anyone else landing. We'll just have to use the secondary south apron and park like a jet, like a kind of, you know, like diagonals like this or something to make it work. Afternoon, Darren. So it should be quite cool. Look forward to it. We've got 240 miles to top of descent in any case, so we've still got a little way to go. We can have a little look here at Mytilene and we can put in some of the data, because it shouldn't really change. So we're going to put RNAV Zulu 32 via Bifok, no star, insert. So we should, when we review the rest of it, Get a discontinuity Arreso to Bifok. Clear that to join the 2 up. Arreso Bifok. Bifok at 7.9. We know on the charts actually. If I just change this. Bifok at 6,000, so we want to change that. 6,000 at or above, but I'm going to ask it to be at 6,000. And what was the speed? Let's just see what speed it said it wanted us to be at. 250 knots? God, Jesus. Heck no. That's the speed limit point there as well. My goodness. So max 185. Is it minus 185 in this thing? 185 minus. Don't tell me this still doesn't work. The update is supposed to have fixed that. Let's try an at. Oh, that'll do. Speed 185. So we're having to now do a lot of work with the data here to make sure the aeroplane's got the information it needs. Bit of a push. Okay, this is going to be a bit sporty, I think, because it says there, even then, it says 191 at Bifok. 185, 185, 185, 707, missed approach in the box. Matthew says, contrary to popular belief, the Airbus box is not that smart. Wow. So I think it says Arreso 284, 128. I'm going to go in here. We're going to put in 225 knots. And what I'm trying to do is just get it to sort out its VNAV profile for the descent, so I know I can decelerate nicely. Oh, you know what, that's as good as we're going to get. Can't be bothered. That's as good as we're going to get. We'll just manage it. What's the worst that could happen? There's the weather on the left. Winds 330 at 5. QNH 1010, 1010. 30 degrees. 330 at 5. And the minimum that we spoke about earlier, 1200. Like so. And we'll just basically revisit the weather nearer the time, nearer to top of descent, which won't take too long now actually, just to make sure we've got everything sorted out before we then set auto brake settings and all the rest of it. For that I'll use the SimBrief performance calculations again. It's telling me auto brake medium for that, so I'll set auto brake medium. Full flap, reversers, VREF plus 5. Landing distance available 1,871 meters. Lovely. Hey, Dark Edits about to do his first takeoff on VATSIM. Good work, mate. Keep it up. Keep it up. You'll be absolutely fine. Then you'll look at it and go, I don't know what I'm so stressed about. We're in this, the Thomas Cook, I Love Cook's Club livery for today. And the now defunct Thomas Cook Airlines, unfortunately. A staple of growing up for those of us like myself who are millennials. Matthew says the Airbus MCDU is not as advanced as people think it is, especially in vertical navigation. For instance, it only calculates an idle descent to the first constraint, and after that it descends on a constant angle. I think I remember you saying before, you have to then re-cruise the box, don't you, to make it kind of recalibrate its VNAV profile again, from the top of my head. Let's see if we can get a nice little screenshot here, near that wing fence. Any idea when the new sharklet version of the Fenix A321 is going to come? Look at that, very nice. It was one of the big three growing up for me. It was Monarch, Thomas Cook and Britannia. Well, not Britannia, it was Thompson Airways, Thompson Fly, whatever it was at the time. It was Britannia when I was growing up. And Thomas Cook, because I remember going on holiday with Thomas Cook a few times. Under the old livery though, when it literally just said Thomas Cook. That's the one, British Transport Enthusiasts out of Birmingham. JMC Air, I do, yeah, the bright green one. Which then it became, was that before or after my travel? Because I remember my travel bopping around for a little while as well. Look at that. We're almost at Thessaloniki. We've got Adria radar. Actually, we've got Macedonia radar online. Which I think might be the ones covering us. Just doing a bit of research here, bear with me. Yes. In fact, they are our air traffic control all the way to Mytilene as well. Air Tours, yeah, that was the BA, British Airways kind of leisure arm, actually. Macedonia radar 132375. Look at that, we've got Greece is alive today. We've got Thessaloniki Atis, we've got Megas Airport, Corfu, sorry, Crete, we've got Athens, we've got Kirkira Ground, Kirkira Tower, we've got Athens Tower, Athens Approach, Macedonia Centre and Athens Radar. Ooh. Where does the waypoint begin that we start to speak to him? Coming up, actually. Alright, so we're going to tune in and start listening. It might be Diesel. It is Diesel, which is in 40 miles. He'll probably ping us in about 20.
Radar to degree Austrian 9, port stop flight level 350, approach to descent.
Austrian 9, port Alpha, follow Tango Sierra Lima, 1 Charlie, NDP approach, locator approach, runway 01, descent flight level 21310.
Tendo Sierra Lima, 1 Charlie, arrival.
David says I'm flying into an event I didn't know about. I know. Is there actually one on? I love Hellenic back. They're awesome folks. There doesn't seem to be an event listed. No, there's not one on the events website anyway. Air 2000, which became First Choice Airways. Pilot 360, welcome. It does, David, doesn't it? It's great. I suppose for them it's already home time, isn't it? They were at home, it's 6 o'clock. Yeah, about 6 o'clock, isn't it? 2 hours ahead. So it's about right, they probably finished work an hour ago, they've gone straight into controlling for a few hours before dinner. Something like that, which is cool. 14:20. Dark edit's good. So how did it go then, your first ever departure, clearance, and all that stuff on the ground at Edinburgh on VATSIM for the first time? It's alright, isn't it? It's easier than the fear allows you to think it is.
External radar better enter Papa Bromley Roof Stop 721 to progress to turn off like a close here.
Sky travel. Oh, look at this from fly past.
Hands off the street, enter Papa Bromley.
Let's see if I get this right. Any second. Ah, oh, chopping neck. It was higher than I thought it was. I was thinking, oh, it should have flown by now. Oh well.
975, apologies. Turkish to Vaseline.
Got somebody right up my chop as well. I don't know who that is. That's definitely someone on time acceleration. It's got to be. Jesus Christ, who the heck is that? Oh, it's Lufthansa 217 doing some nonsense on VATSIM because he's on time acceleration, about to go into somebody's airspace. Gee whiz. Don't do that on VATSIM, folks. Just go offline. Just fly offline. Don't be a pain in the backside for everyone else. Because this poor controller now is going to have to deal with the frustration of that clown.
Griffin 81 VC, contact us at 129.675.
Hopefully he just gets dot walloped and banned. That's easier, isn't it?
Okay, you never get it evening to the 124 IS 010.
All the fans are 1774.
Mykonos Aitis, Thessaloniki Zakynthos.
We 10 clear now, 1002.
Yeah, just trying to see what we've got online ATC-wise.
Viking 1129 flying side level 34. Contra 9 Foxtrot Alpha descent level 290.
Descending 290 Austrian 9 Foxtrot Alpha.
The under control to use final approach.
He's pretty busy. ETP on the Airbus, Jan, is basically your halfway point.
Catcher, Thomas Cook Airlines Whiskey, please land flight level 216. Still on the catcher right now. Thomas Cook Airlines Whiskey, expedite through flight level 23. Excellent, C3 time, catcher right now.
Macedonia radar Kalispera, Thomas Cook 1 Echo Victor, flight level 350 inbound Visca.
Thomas Cook 1 Echo Victor radar contact.
There we go. Equitime point, that'll do, commentator. Basically it's your halfway point. FSK is the waypoint. I could have said Foxtrot Sierra Kilo, but Fisker is easier to say. That's the name of the VOR. And we've got the Thessaloniki coast. Just after that, we've got the island of Limnos, I think, which we can't quite see. In fact, it might be that just into view there on the horizon. And then beyond that further, probably right on the horizon, that little blob of thing just over the top of the horizon there, it might be the island of Lesbos. So we haven't got very far to go now, folks. Top of descent in 100 nautical miles, apparently, over the island of Limnos. That seems quite close, though, actually. So I'll probably request descent a little bit before that.
Austrian 9 for the dark, flight level 230.
This is 309, Austrian 9 for Salama.
Thomas Cook Airlines Whiskey, commute flight level 116.
Love it when ATC's online for us. Hellenic back are great.
Panther 1774, taxi and 1.
Yeah, dark edits, just go straight towards your cruise. Have a look on your TCAS, just make sure you're not going to climb in anybody's way, but yeah, then just press on up to your cruise altitude, mate. Yeah, Go Airlines, which was actually owned by British Airways as well, wasn't it, for a little while?
Gone 2 for realizing 1130.
No worries at all.
Sky travel for Bavaria, climb flight level 30, direct.
Sky Travel?
Tack shoulder, cap feather straight, header, swap upper over.
I think I flew Air Tours once growing up out of Birmingham. Can't remember what airline it was on though, like what aircraft. But I recall the livery, like the actual kind of, I recall the livery and I recall the logo of Air Tours.
By Alpha Alpha 4, stand 2. By Alpha
No worries, Ian. The main thing is you've got your PC all working again and it's all seemingly pretty good at the moment. By the way, if you're ever looking at holidays, that part of the coastline up there, near Modania in Thessaloniki, is beautiful. VCAL Badger, nice. That's another one. No, I haven't, Poppy. Do you remember the old airline, but not the EasyJet one that a lot of you might remember? I remember the old Britannia Airways airline. That was great. Flying Colours did a small stint from Birmingham. I'll have to Google what they look like. No, I don't remember them.
Thomas Cook 1 Echo Victor, proceed direct B4 for RFP Zulu runway 8,
Direct Bifok for the RMP Zulu runway 32, and just go again for the descent, please. Just 1 Echo Victor.
Descent 1 heavy, flight level 17.
Thank you, descend when ready, flight level 170, Thomas Cook 1 Echo Victor. I'm going to put that in the box because I will forget otherwise with my limited brain power.
Alright, expecting one holding now for a share, I can pop on up from Viking 1-1 to matter, you can
Yeah, it was something. I had fond memories growing up of being on a Britannia Airways 757, and it was like, oh, sweet for takeoff, sweet for takeoff. I'll remember that to my grave. JJ, is that the one where they were all screaming? They were properly screaming, weren't they? But it looked horrendous. It's been a really good flight today. I'm looking forward to seeing what Mytilene looks like, because I haven't actually kind of had a look around there yet. This is going to be a bit of a first look of some nice freeware scenery, which I think's been out for a while, but it's not really that well known.
Stunning radar, good evening, Lost Brain 6 Juliet, flight 350.
Metal knives and forks, China cups, oh yeah. The glory days.
Okay, Thomas Cook Airlines, requesting descent 4,000 feet, QNH 1011. 4,000 QNH 1011, confirmed traffic. Celine Data Manager Austrian Airport London. Viking 1130
Unicorn 122, this is right, thank you, bye bye.
Okay, getting closer. So right on the nose over there. This bit here is the edge of like kind of Thessaloniki, kind of southern peninsula, one of the three bits that juts out there on Volanta, to show you guys the difference. So what we're looking at in front of us is the Caririas kind of fork in the Thessaloniki region. And then just off on the nose behind that bit of cloud though that's now obscuring the view a little bit is the island of Limnos, with Turkish airspace on the left, and beyond that, should be on the nose pretty much, maybe just offset slightly to the right, Lesbos, which is just into view now actually. Wait for this to clear up and hopefully we see it a bit better. Limnos is meant to be very nice as well. Cloud's going to get in the way, isn't it? But yeah, there's Limnos. Beyond that, right on the nose, underneath the horizon there, that's Mytilene and the island of Lesbos. And that tiny little blob there is Dios Estratios. So we're almost there. 40 miles to top of descent. We boxed 6,000 at BFOC. He's cleared us to descend to flight level 170 when we're ready. Not quite ready yet. Have you got GSX, Ian? You've got to make sure you've got those custom profiles, mate. These aeroplanes. Oh, that's buggy as heck anyway. I've not really I've struggled to get on with that, to be fair. So I've just stuck with GSX. 30. Let's see. Dark Edit says, gotta say again, thank you to everyone who's helped me today to get started on VATSIM. Hopefully I wasn't a pain in the backside. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. You've all got to start somewhere, and if we've been able to help, perfect. That's what this channel is all about. I don't do it for the riches of YouTube. I do it as an excuse to flight sim and share my enjoyment of it with you guys. $20 miles. You know what? I'm going to start early. And because it's ready for the RNAV, it's got the final approach mode ready to go. Already, looks quick. For me, actually, the Toolbar Pushback Pro, I've tried it a few times since its release, but it works every other time. But it's just too hit and miss. Whereas GSX, I know, works every time. If I've got a custom pushback like yesterday at National Airport, perfect. But beyond that, I know what to expect from it if I don't have a custom pushback profile, because it'll just be a generic left or right or straight back. So, whereas the toolbar pushback is just, it can be infuriatingly buggy sometimes. There's a bit of pay wear on them. Right, let's get, for the final time, the Mytilene Meta in the live chat. $270 at 6. Just going to make sure we've got the data with the most recent. That wind's veered quite a bit, hasn't it? It was backed actually quite a bit. So we've got a crosswind now. 32 degrees, lovely. It's getting hotter through the evening. QNH still 1010. Didn't click that. Anyway, pop that on there, just get it set and then get it back in to make sure we cover the right bit. And we want medium auto brake, which I can't quite see because of the glare. There we go. Is there any scenery for Limnos? That would be quite cool. No, commentator, you'll be fine. Park next to me and then all apron, mate.
Level 60, direct Vivian,
We'll find out when we get there.
Hello, good afternoon. HM 273 with you, passing 9,700.
There's the airport at Limnos in the middle there. That looks really quite scenic, doesn't it?
Copy 75.
Maybe that's a flight for another day. And I love how we've been flying in the sim now since 2020, August 2020, so 4 years of MSFS, and even now I still haven't ticked off all the Greek islands. About to hit the profile for the descent. It is Jan, isn't it? I get sometimes people tell me off for flying too much around Greece and the islands, the Greek islands, but it is just stunning and I love it. It's one of my favourite regions to fly around. Continue descent to Bifog 6,000 feet, QNH 1010, Thomas Cook, 1 Echo Victor. We'll see how the VNAV does it, because we might want to just go into speed select mode, or select speed mode.
Teleport on speed QNH 1011 and from select pop-up lane approach locate 001 and number staff.
I will climb to level 180, we proceed to Oakville, 18%.
I've done some general aviation hopping around the islands in MSFS. AJ Fenix says, Bobby says, I'm stunned when someone said to me there was around 6,000 Greek islands. I didn't believe them at first. Is that actually the accurate figure? That's remarkable if that's the case. My goodness. I mean, it's stunning, isn't it? Look at that. And that little bit of glare as well, that bit of sun glint coming off the wing fence. And those two islands there are Turkish. So it just shows you how tight the airspace is around here. That's Turkey over there. But you can see there as well as a bit of a divide. So you remember the flight to Samos we did ages ago, and how that kind of airspace cuts in the middle of the water all the way through between the two. And it's very similar to Lesbos today. So that's Turkey. That is the island of Lesbos there. Not much space in it.
We're ready for descent now, 16 Julia. 75130, respect 16 Julia.
Big thanks to everyone who's hit the like button today. Appreciate it, as always. Pop the seatbelt signs on. That's all good, that's all set. We've been monitoring the fuel throughout. We've got enough to get to Athens if it all goes wrong. Plus one go around anyway. That Thomas Cook flight's into Skiathos, and I almost picked that because they used to fly the A321 there as well. But yeah, hopefully you guys will agree when we get here, when we get to Lesbos, this was the right choice for today. Very excited. I do love a bit of freeware scenery now and again. It's a massively important part of the flight sim community, isn't it? What have we got there? Bifok level 185. 189. So I'm going to go open descent, I'm going to ask it to do 2,000 foot per minute and just see what it gives us. Maybe 2.2. Yeah, and 280. So we'll just monitor. I'm basically asking the aeroplane now to drift below the VNAV path, but that's fine because we're going to decelerate, and I'm just conscious about the max speed of 185, so I'm going to have to try and bring some of that out a little bit, get a bit of drag out nice and quick. We've still got 60, 70 miles to touchdown approximately. Plenty of space. We're not massively below the path, look. You can see there, if we go any more, we'll start to accelerate. So we'll try 2100 foot per minute, just see what happens. Transition here. So about 7,000. 6,000 on the climb out, add 1,000, QNH 1010. So yeah, about flight level 70. Keep thinking that Thomas Cook call sign is going to be me, but it's not. I forget there's somebody literally over the other side of the Ionian Sea. Not far to go now at all. I don't think Thomas Cook is operating as a tour operator anymore, is it? No. Oh no, they are. Yeah, Thomas Cook's still a tour operator. But they are not an airline anymore. Bumpy, that scenery there. Very hilly. Definitely would like to see a world update for Greece.
Can we stay on 360?
Okay, maintain flight level 360 from standard, fly direct Mike Echo Sierra.
Direct Mike Echo Sierra, LL512.
The airport should be about there. adjacent to that bit of jut there on the Turkish coast on the other side. So basically we're going to come in sweeping around the edge of this bit of coastline, around the edge of that bit of terrain at the end of the coast, the far corner of the island, turning on final 8 miles. And to be honest, it's an RNAV approach, but I might just hand fly the whole thing again. Like, turn final, turn the autopilot off, and just hand fly it in.
Expect RMP to runway 11, runway 32, RMP to
Expecting RMP to 8
Did a bit of speed breakout. If you're flying in here on holiday, you'd be well excited for that. Might be an island I'll have to consider for the future, I think. Speed brake retracted, and we'll increase that rate of descent again. Left that a bit last minute, to be fair. And about 1800 foot per minute, we'll see what happens. Pop the lights on. Signs.
Thomas Cook 1 Echo Vector cleared the RMP to runway 32. Descent with the procedure, report Mike Tango 70.
Cleared RP Zulu, runway 32, and send with the procedure, and report Mike Tango 706, Thomas Cook 1 Echo Victor. It's going to be one of those now. I'm going to have to kind of hold the speed brake extended for a little while. I might have to do that dance that Matthew mentioned, because we've got speed brake extended, but we can't extend flat 1 because the bracket, the hook, is above minimum clean. Although we are within flat 1 extension speed of 135, so we could make it work. We'll do 1400. That should keep us just, able to slow a bit more. Let's get rid of the music.
Expected in heading Alpha 1 descent to Austrian 9 Port Alpha, thank you.
Speed brake retracted, flap 1.
Osprey 6 Lima Juliet, descent flight level 90.
Level level 90, Osprey 6 Lima Juliet.
Activate approach phase. Fair. Just going to set 180.
Gentry Sierra Whiskey, proceed to Mike Kilo Romeo, ILS 16, when ready, descent flight level 120.
We'll do 800 foot per minute, should round us off nicely now. Towards BFOC at 6, speed brake armed.
When ready, Gentry Sierra Whiskey Visa.
LAL 5048, proceed to Arnas, climb flight level 150.
Direct Arnas, climbing 150, LAL 5.
Weird. 2 seconds. Just got to try and go back into the stream because for some reason the chat has vanished. There we go. It wasn't refreshing itself after that weird bit of spam that somebody sent. I know exactly what that was though.
Olympic 323 ILS 16, continue descent to flight level 8.
Right, there we go. Sorry if I missed all that chat, folks. I was just looking at it thinking, why is it not refreshed in a very long time? But I might have to pick up any questions after landing now. Right, light signs, that's good. We haven't got cabin secure yet, but that's okay for now. Next is going to be 4,500 for the step descent in the approach.
36 Hotel Zulu. Radar contact flight level 360.
Max 185 through transition to low pressure, a little drop in the altitude. And it was initial the final approach Mike Tango 706 that we've got a call for. Flap 2, 4,500, spoilers armed. That looks great.
Osprey 6 to Mytilene, continue to send 6,000 feet. QNH 1010, over Bifo, clear direct pistol to runway 32.
Continue to send 6,000 QNH 1010 and after Bifo, continue approach RMP Zulu, runway 32, Osprey 6 being Julia.
Brian, good afternoon mate, welcome.
Hello 5048, direct Mike Echo Sierra, climb flight level 330.
Mike Echo Sierra, flight level 330.
400 foot per minute. See if we just gently round this off.
6,000 feet, QNH 1011.
300 foot per minute, that'll do, and then I'll keep it going to 4,000. To go through Mike Tango 747 next, we're going to have to bring our step down. We've got 3 miles to lose 1,000 feet apparently, according to the charts. But that's because we're kind of nestling around various bits of airspace. Yeah, 400, 500 foot per minute, that'll do. That's 4,000. So we've got 8 miles. So as we turn Mike Tango 706, that's where we want to really start slowing down to 160 knots. Still have no cabin secure.
Olympic 323 descent 3,500.
Keep going.
The Olympic 323 right heading 130, clear that Lesbos.
To 800 foot per minute now. Getting busy.
Turkish 6 Hotel Zulu, descent flight level 123. Olympic 323 confirmed heading 1.
It's quite a cool approach because it's bringing you around the coastline all the way around the island. It's giving you these views of all these little calderas and things. And then 1,500 is the next. So 1,000 foot per minute.
Number 2 for the approach. Report when passing Mike Tango 706.
The number 2 on the approach and Wilco Osprey 6 being Julia.
So we've got flaps 2, speed brake armed, lights and signs all set, still no cabin secure. Missed approach, we've briefed, just as a reminder to myself and you guys watching, because I can't remember if I went through it. Just climb to 6,000, proceed FTP 32 on course 340 to Mike Tango 708. Then left turn max 210 knots to intercept track to Mike Tango 748. Left turn max 210, intercept track to Biff and hold.
Contact Athens, 19675.
So we go 800 feet per minute, and I'm going to now pull us back to 160 knots. 160? No, we'll keep 180. Let's not be sloppy. Yeah, 1,000 foot per minute. I'll just do 175 so we don't get a surge in power. Bit of a last minute change of plan there. We should get, momentarily. Actually, to be fair, the airport probably won't reveal itself just yet because we're going to fly towards that edge of the coast, to be fair. That's set, that's set. Oh, we need LS mode on as well, silly me. Got FLS. Signs on. They are on. Get down. Flap 3. 160. Thomas Cook 1 Echo Victor's passing Mike Tango 706 final.
Thomas Cook 1 Echo Victor runway 32, clear to land with 260 degrees, 6 knots.
Thank you, yeah, 3-2 clear land, Thomas Cook 1 Echo Victor. 1,500. Look at this. Oh, that's the runway. Flaps full. Autopilot off. I'll just hand fly visual approach. Wow. This is really offset. How cool is this? All because the Turkish airspace is very close. You guys have got to fly here, this is great. I love how that just kind of starts to reveal itself right at the last minute. Don't forget we got that massive displaced threshold. Continue. Landing memos no blue, get down 3 green. We've got auto brake medium for the touchdown. Very offset. Quick, while I can. I can't do that in a Boeing, whereas in the Airbus we can. Got to keep that descent coming down.
Hello again, Thomas Cook 1,
Just whack the bird on now, or just fly as a visual. I was just using the FLS as a bit of assistance as well, getting quite a bit of white lights there, but it's all good. Crosswind from the hills, so we can expect a bit of wind shear. But that FLS is definitely a bit off there, but now it's all visual. What an approach this is. I reckon that's configured for the displaced threshold. I'm ignoring the Pappy. Windy.
100.
Whee. Bit of sink.
50. 40. 30.
Next report established on the island.
500, next report
Reverse green. A little bit quick on the reverser there, but I basically guessed when we were going to touch down, so me jam the throttle in to the reverse gate. Manual brakes. It's always quite a violent offcut for me there, but we have to backtrack, so we get rid of the reversers as well. Spicy. 243 foot per minute. Right at the edge of the touchdown zone there, 1.2 G. Because again, you've got this slight behaviour of a float.
1 Echo Victor, backtrack, runway 32, vacate Alpha 1, stand 1.
Backtrack 32, vacate Alpha 1, stand 1, Thomas Cook, 1 Echo Victor. Thanks for the ATC. Master switch.
November Kilo 901, request 5360.
November Kilo 901, clear 2,
If you
and
start-
you just left my space, you can monitor Unico.
I'll backtrack with an offset just in case anyone's on final, because it'll make it easier for them to spot us. Look at this. Let's see what we got here. Spectacular. This might be one of my favourite Greek island approaches now.
Taxi 6 Hotel Zulu.
Alpha 1 is coming up.
Maintain present heading. Descent flight level 80. Stand by for the runway.
Maintain present heading.
What's that? A little bit of speed off there as well. That can come off, that can come off. Just disengage those.
Oh, Olympic 323, thank you. Vacate taxi via
Resets.
Alpha 4. Stand
APU.
7. Cross runway 1028.
Taxi lights off. Stand 1 is right here, so we've got to fire up GSX. There's a profile on flightsim.to for this as well. Don't need to follow me because it's right in front of us, and we'll go for just a GN Airlines at the top.
Osprey 6 Lima Juliet, overhead Mike Tango 706.
Osprey 6
Great
Lima
timing.
Juliet, runway 32, clear to land.
Look at that, little planes as well.
290 degrees, 7 knots.
Hitman runway 32, Osprey 6 Lima Juliet.
Literally a pitch postcard family there. I mean, that's one of those approaches that you could probably hand fly in the Airbus because of the way it trims itself.
Change of plans, expect runway 34, RMP Zulu, descent 6000.
Let's see how it gets us stopping here. It's on the 3 line, probably going to get us right at the front for the 321. Welcome to Mytilene, everybody. Commentators on final as well. Who else have we got on final approach?
Must on your radar. Good afternoon.
How good does this look for freeware as well?
Hotel, passing Tyndale, flight level 360.
Brakes. Ah, you know what, we'll take it. That's fine.
Rosan Express 5 Hotel, radar contact
APU's
level
good.
360. Are you able to climb flight level 370 or descent 350?
We can climb flight level
Engines off.
370.
Climb flight level 370, Rosan Express 5.
Whoops.
Flight level 370, Sun Express 5, thank you.
Hey! We've not had Gangnam Style dance for a while, have we?
Wind 290 degrees, 13 knots.
Nailed it.
Do you wish to continue?
We'll continue the service.
I'm very curious. I'm just going to pop the time to like a later time to see what we get.
Macedonia radar, good day, Scatro.
Oh, look at this.
360, inbound Alpha Tango Victor.
So this is linked in the description, folks. If you want to download it, you can.
Fly direct
How cool is that?
Thank you.
We've got commentator on final. We've got little boats.
Zulu, turn left, heading 180, descent 6000.
Very cool.
1012.
Left heading 180, 6000.
And Turkey 6 Hotel Zulu.
Try and get
runway
that
34
sorted out.
for you.
And I'm going to quickly look on New Sky to see what our score is. Probably a bit of penalising for the bit at the end. Offset line landing. There we go. But decent profit. Happy with that.
Factory.
Here comes commentator in the Osprey Airways A321.
122, direct Yampo, RMP, Zulu 34.
Copy, Zian 122, direct to Yambo.
Looking quick. He's down. He committed.
Osprey 61 Golf, descent.
Nicely done, because that's a bit tough.
1010.
Try and get some nice screenshots here.
River Dead 91, are you able to fly initially direct Bespoke?
We can direct the number 1.
River Dead 91, fly direct Bespoke, descent, flight level 9 and 0.
I mean, the livery's great as well. This is the 8K version, and look at that, even the rivets. Detail on this thing is insane.
Osprey 6, Limited backtrack, Alpha 2,
First of vacate altitude down 3 Osprey 16 G, thanks.
Let's have a little look to see who else we've got on final. We've got Ian next, Osprey 61 Golf, I think. It's a little way away. But let's have a little look at this freeware, because oh look, the people have sunk into the ground. Quicksand. So they walk in here. Oh, maybe not. It's one of those textured things. Oh, that's payware quality. Freeware on flightsim.to. Lesbos, Brian. This is Mytilene Airport. Looks great, right? It's just... This is remarkably good. Jason GR absolutely smashed it out of the park again with this. Even the coastline, look, with the little boats. The Echo fuel station there for the Avgas. There's the VOR. Yeah, definitely look at the link in the description for the live stream today, folks. You'll find that this scenery linked right there for you. Go and drop him a comment, show your support to him as a freeware developer as well. I'd like to see more content creators come here, kind of give him the kind of recognition that he deserves. Look at that. Bit funky there. Not sure what's going on with that bit. It's like a bit of a whirlpool, but. And here's the older terminal. With the smaller ATRs park as well for the domestic hops out of Athens and all the rest of it. As you can see here, the tiny little stands for the ATRs. You heard some super cool Osprey pilots were coming in, AJ Finani. But look at that. For an overview as well.
4-5, radar contact, descend and maintain flight level 340.
340. Macedonia, Grata Hello, Will 256, Daniel with you, exactly the 360 inbound.
There you go, for you GA lovers amongst you. We've even got the Lesbos Air Club. Didn't know there was one. It is KJHO, yes. Just one sector today, mate. We are 4 hours deep into the stream, though. Hope you don't mind. Thanks, Galaxy. Nice to recreate a little bit of Thomas Cook magic from many years ago as well, of course.
There is 6 altitude, you're correct. Descent 4,000 feet. And
that's all the punters off.
Clear RFP Zulu 34.
Super nostalgic.
Macedonia, can I spare guy 626 in my market, landing level 1 and 0.
This livery's great. Oh, we are. Oh, I found a hole. I found a porthole into the world of Mytilene. See if we can slow it down so we don't bop back out. Look at this. Got to stay underneath the tape. It's safe.
Hello, Redstone 605.
No, the crew can stay on. Shiny marble floors. X-ray scanner. We're inside. Got to stay low. Got the arrivals hall there. Ah, went too high. Popped out. 2 seconds. Boink. Got to stay like seat height. There's the arrivals hall, the baggage hall. And a bit of duty free for everybody's fags and booze. All the Thomas Cook passengers will be going straight there for their Benson and Edges. Yeah, very good for freeware, albeit some of the weird, like, 2D people. But actually, this is bloody good otherwise, isn't it? Let's go through the scanner and expose ourselves to some X-rays. Osprey A321 livery looking pretty good, isn't it, from the Fenix A321 there. I wonder if that Thomas Cook there is about to push. Might be. Just trying to judge how far Ian is away. He is... Oh, that's Badger. I think.
For 6058.
Nice. Ian is... Let's go... See if we can spot him. He's basically over the hill. I mean, look at that for an island as well. If you need a reason to go and explore something new and something without costing a penny either, Lesbos, then definitely worth a look. Even the approach on the opposite direction there, if we were to come in over 1-4, comes over the city area, that'd be very scenic, wouldn't it? It'd be really, really nice. Look how good that is.
Good afternoon, Condor 6 Charlie Mike, it's Takeoff, stand on Bravo, QNH1011, request clearance to Munich.
Obviously with the display threshold we can take off there, so we can backtrack all the way to the bottom and turn all the way around to come back, but we can't land on that surface structure, which puts the pressure on, because all of a sudden you're very high over the bit of tarmac that you'll see. Psychologically you're thinking, oh, I've got to get down now. He's even done the road, look. See how far this goes.
Charlie Mike, just advise we are unable to depart from runway 1 correction from runway 01, so request runway 19 for departure. Runway 19 is Tango Sierra Lima 1 the rest
Let's see how far we get before Jason GR's Freeware Lesbos finishes the road. We've got a bit of time before Ian comes on his final approach. First time with his new computer, RTX 4080. Bit of a test flight for today. Half expect to see like a TUI bus. Microsoft Flight Simulator, Microsoft Truck Simulator 2024. French toast. He's actually rendered this in for quite some time, hasn't it? Quite a way. All the way to here. If I just turn back, the scenery starts here. It goes all the way off. Have a look at the way that reveals itself. Let me put it in a bit more of a, my favourite time of day.
Osprey 61 course, runway 32, clear to land, wind 290 degrees, 7 knots.
Out there. Look at that.
Osprey 61 Golf, clear to land, runway 32.
Speedbird 891, descend 6,000 feet, QNH 10.
Very nice.
0, QNH 1010.
Descend 6,000 feet, QNH 1010, Speedbird 891.
The runway looks tiny here, doesn't it? It's the only thing I could think of when we were coming in on that approach. I thought, oh god, the runway looks so small.
If that's possible, we'd really appreciate vectoring up to Bifflock, Speedbird 891.
Okay, after BFOG, maintain heading.
We'll maintain heading up to Bifflock.
So somebody's cleared to land.
Thomas Cook 1 November Tango, taxi Alpha 2, backtrack, line up runway 01, report set. After takeoff, check on the floor ready, Thomas Cook 1 November Tango.
No you don't. Galaxy. Ooh. What's he got here? Random. Just put a flag in. But if that's supposed to be like a Greek flag, that'd be quite good if it was. Just gonna try and find where he is on VATSIM radar. Be nice to catch Ian's touchdown. Macedonia. Okay, he's coming round the bay. Should be coming into view in about a minute. French toast right behind him, I think. Yes, good. Alright, we can watch the last two landings then, why not? It's only an extra 10 minutes. Hopefully you guys don't mind. We'll rate their landings when we touch.
Alto 569, aware, reporting.
Alto 569, descent flight level 200.
Descend 200, Alto 569.
I'm looking out for that bit of white light or something. Just give me like a landing light or something that might appear for us. Going back into New Sky though, for our flight today, we actually got in 20 minutes early. That little shortcut helped. Slight off-center line landing, which is fair enough. He was on the verge of going around then as well, to be fair. But a nice touchdown, 1.27 G, and within the acceptable distance from the threshold as well, actually. So, just it's in range still. There's that approach that we did, working down over the coast and out, back round. Autopilot off here, and flew the last little bit with that offset approach, but wonderful. You can see that offset displaced threshold there, look. Cutting away a whole lot of usable runway. Delaney.
LL 845, contact 132, 975.
Brian, the flight time was 3 hours 10 minutes. There you go. Precise flight time. 1,367 nautical miles. We've used 9,100 kilos of fuel. $28,000 of profit for Osprey Airways. Happy days. Highly recommend this. What a great route. Very cool. And yeah, a real world route that Thomas Cook did in the A320. So if you do want to replicate those historic ops, then you can fire this. Just gonna have a little look to see. LGMT arrivals. You've got A320 flights, Brussels Airways with a little hop from Samos. We've got ATR 72-600s from Athens with Sky Express, Olympic ATR 72-600 from Athens. We've got Sky Access again servicing from Thessaloniki. Amsterdam in a 737, Smart Links from Brussels in the A320, Athens in the A320 for a shorter hop in fact as well, Corundum Airlines 737, Sky Alps from Innsbruck in a Dash 8 to Mytilene. That's epic. What a route that would be if we had a Dash 8. Air Taxi from Aarhus to Mytilene in the 737, Bucharesti in the A318, Tel Aviv, Tusser A320. What else have we got? Can't see many UK options though. Lots of ATR. Here comes the light.
Classic Charlie Mike at Scatters request pushback. 106 Charlie Mike, push start approved.
I think a few still fly in on from the UK, but I'd have to look into where. Dark Edit says, think for a challenge later on now. I feel a lot more confident. Going to try to depart from somewhere popular. Couldn't have done it today without all your help. Good work for your first VATSIM flight. Well done, mate. Here comes Ian with his new computer, flying in for the first time in a little while. Very exciting. Zippy, it'll be cost. So predominantly most of the flights are operating
Thomas Cook 1 November Tango, clear direct
with little ATRs, so they don't need long runways or anything. But for the bigger flights, basically they haven't paid to make this take the weight of the bigger jets for landing. Here he comes, Osprey Airways 737. Commentator, nice one, cheers buddy. Good to hear it. Oh, but look how offset that is for an approach. Epic. Very, very cool. And we've got French Toast coming in Speedbird 8901 in the A320 Neo next as well. Looking good, Ian. Yeah, it's all about the reinforcement of the ground, taking the weight of the aircraft, touching down, all the rest of it. Look at that, what a pro. Got the fast service rolling out and standby up with the trucks. If at an island like this, Taser, I would imagine they probably can't justify the cost involved of putting all of that into a structurally surfaced runway. Oh, lovely. Osprey Holidays livery. Nice. 737-800. Oh, nailed it. What a touchdown. Peter, good to hear it, mate. Good flight. We've got one more pilot inbound now. Quite cool to use the ATR to do some of these hops. Little Olympic Airways hops. Here to Chios, Samos, Athens, Thessaloniki, kind of zipping around. Real world routes. Right, French Toast next.
Are you visual with the area? The airport.
Here we go.
Would be at 10 o'clock, approximately 8 miles.
French Toast, you need to be at 1,500 feet.
Oh, we do have visual on the airport, yeah, if you hit that one.
1,500 feet by 8 miles for the final approach, if you're flying this manually.
Should be 2 hour 11 o'clock.
Yeah, it should be, but there's a mountain in front. Continue pressing heading for the time, And when you're visual, you can continue visual for runway 32.
I'll maintain present heading, and then once we get visual on the runway, we'll approach.
It's got a full visual approach here.
Charlie Mike, request taxi.
Wonder how tight he's going to be.
Condor 6 Charlie Mike, Alpha 1 backtrack lineup, runway 19.
Condor 6 Charlie Mike, Alpha 1 backtracking and lining up, runway 19.
Osprey 6 1 Golf, taxi to the remaining.
Bit high.
number 3.
French toast. 1,500 feet, remember.
Osprey 6 1 Golf, taxi to
I'm curious to see where he's going to pop out. Start to turn in towards that coastline like we did for the offset approach, because otherwise you're going to Turkish airspace. You're very close. You want to start turning in now a little bit. You basically want to head north.
Super Day 1, now it's at 9 o'clock. You are clear to land, runway
Bit high.
32, wind. Wind is, standby, 280 degrees, 8 knots.
Flying runway 32, speed 891, thanks.
There he is. Little light in the background. Looking good. Yeah, you want to turn it in. No, Ian, it's all good. Stand freeze available. To be fair, Badger, you might need to just log off. I'll log off. I'll go off onto observer mode. And then you can just park on me, Ian. Because Badger's there as well. But there isn't another stand for a big jet.
Confirm ready for descent.
FM, we're ready for descent and we will follow the Tango 0.
Oh, no. Badger's logged off. There we go. Take that stand. And then once French Toast lands, I'll quickly log off so that he's then got the rest of this. He's got the space. Should be coming into visible range imminently. Big thank you to our air traffic controller today at Hellenic VAC. Nice to get some ATC into Lesbos.
Viking.
Here he is.
Viking 1046, expect descent in 2 minutes.
Viking 106.
God, that's so offset. It's like 30-degree offset.
Condor 6 Charlie Mike, ready for departure, banana.
Cheers, Badger.
Mike, runway, actually when able, if you are able, can you tell me the wind when airborne from Skiathos? Runway 19 are clear for takeoff, have a wind from 120 degrees, 4 knots.
Condor 6 Charlie Mike, clear for takeoff, runway 19 and welcome.
Thank you.
So as a little reminder, no stream tomorrow. I'm off to go look at potential new dog. Sunday, probably a stream of some sort, but I haven't quite worked it out. It also depends on what happens between sort of today and tomorrow in relation to, also looking a bit low, in relation to what routes might be available, any potential, scenery that may be released and all the rest of it. So, be a bit fluid with it. Got a couple of route suggestions already though. Labawar A321X. What's that floater? He's down. Boy! Nice. Good effort. There we go. Mytilene, the island of Lesbos. Big thank you to everyone for flying along today. Big, massive thank you as always to Gav, Mikhail for those super chats earlier today. Very generous of you as always. And again, a big thank you to Hellenic VAC for the ATC here in Mytilene. Enjoy the rest of the day, folks, and enjoy the start of the weekend wherever you are in the world. Big thanks for flying along. Check out the links down in the description below if you want the freeware scenery. But in the meantime, as always, thank you very much for flying. Hope you enjoyed it. Hit like before we head off, and I'll see you next time. Take care.
We'll backtrack on 1 point taxi to San Francisco. And I want to thank you so much for